Easy. Famous horror. Boop. Okay. Lisa. Her teeth are big and green. Lisa. She smells like gasoline. The Alliance officer from the Reaver-fied survivor, the Alliance departs and sets Serenity free, though they take the cargo.
You had to. Couldn't let us profit. Wouldn't be civilized.
I don't know what Onward and Soul are, Justin, so I'm not sure. Hi, Beach Girl. How are you? Oh, I forgot to fix the buttons. Well, let's see if we can do it. Stream Deck? So, Collection, Untitled, Clips, Stream, Source. I see. Well, this is going to be boring to watch, but let's see if we can just get it done real quick. Cancel. Or I could just not and fix the buttons next time. Dinner was delicious. Manicotti. Very, very good. My roommates are good cooks. Yeah, I'm just going to fix it later. No buttons for now. All right, let's see if we can get to 10 minutes before bedtime. Take the cargo.
You had to. Couldn't let us profit. Wouldn't be civilized.
Bushwhacked essentially breaks into two discrete acts. Into two discrete acts. So... Man, I love the soundtrack. Jabari, are we going to get Star Wars reviews sometime? Probably not. I feel like it's been done and well covered at this point. I love Star Wars as a kid, but you know, I was in high school, college when the prequels started to release, and you know, kind of the people that find the new movies frustrating. The prequels murdered any cherished childhood memory feelings I had for Star Wars at the time. I had very low expectations when the new stuff came out, and it just hasn't really meant anything to me. So, my kind of writing... hold on one second. You know, I just wouldn't have much to say about them beyond what has already been said. But yeah... the people who passionately dislike the new ones, I'm like, but the prequels were, it's always been curious to me. But a lot of people who are online talking about the new ones now were kids when the prequels came out, and those movies are kind of targeted for kids, I guess. Bushwhacked essentially breaks into two discrete acts. Breaks, see the ship? After a quick prologue, the first act takes place mostly on the derelict ship. The derelict ship, giving us the clearest glimpse yet of the Reavers. Love the new stuff to each his own. Yeah. And that's the other thing, too, is because, you know, in my mind, I always was, when I was doing season 1, a lot of people were, a common refrain I heard when I was working on Buffy season 1 was, it seems like you don't even like Buffy. Why are you bothering to do this? And I actually think that's fair. Like, in my head, I always knew, well, wait until we get to Lie to Me and Amends, and you'll see how I actually feel about the show. But for me, the passion for the series that I have after season 1 carried me through the process of being honest about how I felt about the first season. For me with Star Wars, that just doesn't exist. After a quick prologue, the first act takes place mostly on the derelict ship, giving us the clearest glimpse yet of the Reavers. And the second act, drastically different in tone, begins when the Alliance appear. I need the script open. I just wouldn't have anything positive to say, so for me, there's no reason to dive in. Given the monsters... Got a fantastic voice for this kind of thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Second act begins. Jar Jar and Connor are godlike characters. Do you consider Buffy a superhero series? Absolutely. Buffy is very, very in the vein of Spider-Man, certainly. She's very Peter Parker. And I think that when you look at how well it sticks to sort of vampire tropes or the kind of lore that already existed for that kind of thing, it doesn't. You know, they're more interested in what her power, the implications of her power on her life, and the distinction between wanting to be a normal girl and the fact that her power brings responsibility. So, yeah, it's much more superhero series than fantasy to me. Although, you know, arguably superhero series are fantasy, but you get what I'm saying. On the derelict ship, giving us the clearest glimpse yet of the Reavers. And the second act, drastically different in tone, begins when the Alliance appear, juxtaposing them against each other as he has to... Oh, I know, Russell. I mean, I'm a fan of a good pun, so sure, Justin, I'm with you. And the second act, drastically different in tone, begins when the Alliance appear, juxtaposing them against each other as he has. Tim Minear sets up the Alliance and Reavers as mirror opposites of a philosophical spectrum. Here we go. May have been the losing side. Still not convinced it was the wrong one. Oh, there we go. I gotta sneeze.
It's only in the last year that you've been the crew.
Excuse me. Do you own a copy of original Star Wars and either on VHS or Laserdisc, meaning before the remaster crap? There is a version of Star Wars Online called the Despecialized Edition. And I do have that copy. But my roommate has enjoyed the new stuff much more than I have. And so collectively we have all the movies. We actually watched there's a re-edit of the prequels that's available on YouTube that is the first 3 movies edited into one 2-hour movie. And it is the most I've ever enjoyed the prequels. It was great. I don't know about great. It was pretty good. It was the most I've ever enjoyed the prequels, which is a low bar. But I haven't watched the original trilogy in quite a long time. Sorry if you've covered this question before. Any plans to address Dollhouse once you've covered the rest? Yeah, Dollhouse will probably be... yes. The answer to that question is yes. About how long did it take you to complete Buffy? When I watched it the first time, it took me a month. I watched it front to back. Garlic ship, giving us the clearest glimpse yet of the Reavers. And the second act, drastically different in tone, begins when the Alliance appear. Juxtaposing them against each other as he has, Tim Minear sets up the Alliance and Reavers as mirror opposites. Looked bigger when I couldn't see him. I get why people didn't like I get why people liked the new Star Trek movies. It was a fun, exciting adventure film. Also, I think J.J. Abrams reinvigorated the Mission Impossible series, along with Philip Seymour Hoffman, of course. Just wasn't what Star Trek was to me. But in fairness, there's been a lot of bad Star Trek. Star Trek V. What does God need with a starship? Was terrible. I hated Nemesis. I've seen people... proclaim their love for it. You know, if new hot people doing fun and exciting things Star Trek got anyone interested in going back and watching Next Generation or any of the classic stuff, it was a good thing. It just wasn't for me. Yeah, Nemesis was painful. I missed your quoting of my favorite of all the souls I have encountered on my travels. His was the most human. As he has, Tim Minear sets up the Alliance and Reavers as mirror opposites of a philosophical spectrum. More on that in a minute. I liked aspects of Star Trek V. I love the idea of... It's like Star Trek the Therapy episode where the Savick? Not Savick. Tuvok? No, not Tuvok. Spock's brother. He's indoctrinating everyone through therapy? That's great. I love that. I've got to be the only person that has never seen a single Star Trek episode that knows at least 50% of the time travel and parallel universe canon because of my dad. Maybe. Hopefully at some point I get to do why you should watch Star Trek The Next Generation and can get you interested. And, that could be good. I love Next Generation. It's just the challenge of getting through the first two seasons and how to talk about it, because there's a lot of not good. I was thinking of 1 minute reviews for season 1, except for one episode, but we'll see. It's a long ways off. As mirror opposites of a philosophical spectrum. More on that in a minute. Given the monsters it seeks to shape. We can go back to... I'd rather see why you should watch Farscape. Well, I've never watched Farscape, so I would not be the one to make that video. Yeah, John Delancey is terrific in Next Generation. That was a difficult admission. Another man would have been humiliated to say those words. Another man would have rather died than ask for help. If you can't stand a little bloody nose, maybe you'd better go home and crawl under your bed. It's not safe out here. It's wondrous, with treasures to satiate desires both subtle and gross. But it's not for the timid. Flowers. Is there a John Luck Pickard here? That was one of my screen names for quite a long time, John Luck Pickard. as mirror opposites of a philosophical spectrum. More on that in a minute. Given the monsters it seeks to shape, the first reaverific act of the episode is one of the more curiously horrifying and there's a gal on the Facebook channel giving great reviews of the original series, so I recommend you check it out. I will take a look. Ever seen Westworld? I watched the first season and enjoyed it, but it kind of, to me, broke some narrative rules, like making part of the thrust of the entire season irrelevant. And then I heard the same thing kind of happen with season 2, and I never got around to it. But I love that kind of stuff. The classic is, or the movie's definitely a classic. What the hell am I looking for? I lost my train. The horrific act of the episode is one of the more curiously horrifying and actually scary of the episode is one of the more Enchantress, hello. Is there a John Luck Pickard here? Flowers. More on that in a minute. Given the monsters it seeks to shape, the first reaverific act of the episode is one of the more curiously horrifying and actually scary of any in the Whedonverse. And that is so Event Horizon. Beautiful, though. And since they are aware of your existence, there will be coming. Maybe Q did the right thing for the wrong reasons. Yeah, it's very harrowing. To shape. The first reaverific act of the episode is one of the more curiously horrifying. Best of luck on the edit. Thank you, Brian. Have a good one. And actually scary of any in the Whedonverse, and its aesthetics are heavily influenced by the horror genre. Where's the dude giggling? Right there. That's a big old wide angle. Let's use the giggle. Russell, I think that episode was Jane Espenson, but if I remember correctly, she was a junior writer on Next Generation or DS9. I don't remember, though. I could be talking out of my tuchus. Horrifying and actually scary of any in the Whedonverse, and its aesthetics are heavily influenced by the horror genre. The derelict is bathed in darkness. Liberate me. Yep. In the Whedonverse, and its aesthetics are heavily influenced by the horror genre. The derelict is bathed in darkness. Kaylee
Are you the least bit curious?
About what?
Well,
bathed in darkness. Kaylee says the ship is in perfect mechanical condition, and yet no one bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up.
Jane, drop what you're doing and get to the engine room.
I want you to take Kaylee and the doctor off this boat.
Don't ask questions.
Ship is in perfect mechanical condition, and yet no one bothers to hit a light. Yet no one bothers to hit a light switch. Oh, come on. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. No one bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up. Wide-angle lenses used throughout the first act to eyes in the dark. One moon circles. It's probably the scariest Next Generation episode. Although Phantasms is pretty good. Or wait, is it Phantasms? Sorry guys, I tend to just random babble when editing, as I'm sure you're aware. Uh-oh, come on. There we go. Give me the wide angle there. That's the one. That's a wide angle, right? He looks weird. What's your favorite film going experience? That's a curious way to phrase it. As in favorite movie or ones that I enjoy? Recently, Knives Out has been the movie I enjoyed the most. Star Trek 2. I'm bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up. Wide angle. I got to see Terminator 2 in the theater when it first came out, and it was a midnight screening. And it was one of those ones. First of all, at the time, the T-1000 had not been seen in any trailers. So it was a total surprise. The special effects in that movie were a complete surprise. And it was a theater where everyone was applauding and cheering, and I love when that happens. When I saw... And its aesthetics are heavily influenced. Infinity War, and Cap comes out of the shadows. I love when everyone in the theater gets hyped. Influenced by the horror genre. The derelict is bathed in darkness. Kaylee says the ship is in perfect mechanical condition, and yet no one bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up. Wide-angle lenses used throughout the first act distort reality at their edges and are a common tool in horror for making us feel uncomfortable. Excuse me. Do I believe the T2 is better than the T1? I think... Well, that's a challenging question. Why are we chugging now? Come on. There we go. That's definitely a wide angle.
When I search this vessel, I won't find them, will I?
No children on this boat.
They're different movies. I think Terminator 1 is more a horror movie, and that's what James Cameron cut his teeth on originally. And T2 is one of the greatest action films of all time. Terminator 1 is relentless. It's a terrifying movie. Terminator 2, less so. Kaylee says the ship is in perfect mechanical condition, and yet no one bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up. Wide-angle lenses used throughout the first act distort reality at their edges and are a common tool in horror for making us feel uncomfortable. Bushwhacked also contains a fun few nods to some very prominent horror influences. Excuse me. Yeah, the first one's a slasher movie. It's really scary. I saw it way too young, and it traumatized me. I think Terminator 1 is a horror movie. Yeah. He's Jason, going around killing, just shooting women who have no idea who he is. Ugh. And the moment where the truck blows up and he stands up, they think it's over and he stands up, that's straight out of horror.
I haven't seen that kind of torture since the war.
I think whether it's Terminator 1 or 2, we all win. Feel uncomfortable. Bushwhacked also contains a fun few nods to some very prominent horror influences. In the film Event Horizon... Excuse me. Now, how to show this movie without being demonetized. So... Exports... Such a good movie. And I never, ever want to watch it. Actually, I think we watched this recently, and I didn't think it held up. I don't know why I said it held up. That's such a cool shot.
Report to the Lewis and Clark in Docking Bay 4.
didn't mean to bring in... We already passed the title? There it is. First time I saw it, it was definitely a movie that was so scary I never wanted to watch it ever again. I think that's something speaks well. Like it was a made me miserable kind of scary movie. Film Event Horizon. In the film Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that... The exterior space stuff is great. Hey, Mishmash. Actually, let's do where he hits the lights. By the way, for anyone watching, I'm editing 2 horror movies into this episode guide, which is probably going to take the next half hour. And some of these horror movies contain gory, violent scenes. I don't really have any control over what comes up as I scrub through. So if you're sensitive to that kind of thing, you might want to bow out. No hard feelings, and I appreciate it. Just don't want anyone to see something they don't want to see. And these movies are both pretty violent. Where we're going, we don't need eyes to see. Ugh. Can't you just tell me about raptors? In the film Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find... Sorry if you said this already, but when is this episode going up? I was hoping it was going to be up by the end of today. That now seems unlikely. Because of the Patreon hangout tomorrow, I would guess Sunday. Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that... It is a neat movie. I just wish it were a little better. Drive that they discover through research and personal logs sent the ship to literal... Wait. Team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that they discover through... There we go. Save. Haunted Spaceship. Yeah, kind of, sort of. It's a very influential film. If you've ever played Dead Space, it is essentially cribbing off of Event Horizon pretty directly. But then, of course, Event Horizon owes a huge debt to Alien. Everything affects everything that follows. Instead of missing the ball, you hit it. Mr. Destiny. There's a deep cut. So we need the logs. Ooh, the part where he gets in the airlock is the worst.
And open the gateway to Proxima Centauri. Ave atque vale. Hail and farewell.
I'd be like, all right, let's go home. That's it. We're done. Not seen Alien films or Event Horizon. Alien's amazing. Unless you're in... Alien transcends its genre. Unless you're a fan of horror, specifically horror sci-fi, I don't think you need to see Event Horizon. In the film Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that, they discover through research and personal logs, sent the ship to literal hell. Whether it was a special one, I couldn't say. And whoa. A special hell. I thought our Mrs. Reynolds was next. Is it Shindig? It is Shindig. Damn it, Fox. Even I can't keep the episodes straight.
The special hell.
Yeah, less of a deep philosophical dive, although there's a bunch of stuff to talk about in regards to Inara and gender politics. That always goes over well on the internet when I talk about that stuff. Yay. And no one cares about the philosophy stuff, but you're talking about social justice warrior-ness, and everyone gets all upset. I prefer the term social justice barbarian. Prominent horror influences. In the film Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that, they discover through research and personal logs, sent the ship to literal hell. Whether it was a special... Whether it was a special one, I couldn't say. And brought it... I couldn't say. Social justice beat cop. Yeah, tell everyone life is empty and meaningless, and they're like, oh, okay, fine. But the pay gap... I get shouted at from the rooftops. To literal hell. Whether it was a special one, I couldn't say. And brought it back haunted. So I gotta know, now, it's just you was, I was, so I gotta know how close you were in guessing Jess's age 2 months ago? I don't remember what your guess was. And I'm not sure she wants me to confirm or deny. And brought it back haunted. Okay, yeah, so we're going back to Event Horizon. $30 tops. Yeah, you're right at tops. But you're not far off. She's 11 years younger than I am. And brought it back haunted. I want to see the drive running. Professor? Why does your gravity drive look like it belongs in a bondage dungeon? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's awesome looking.
Just.
I mean, that's an expensive bondage dungeon, but still. Not that I would know. I mean, never mind. Say. And brought it back haunted. The evil it was exposed to infects and turns the members of the rescue team. So now we should... Oh, there we go. Not kinky enough. It needs more barbs. There it is. This part's very scary.
We have an emergency.
What's going on in there, Stark?
Lawrence Fishburne's terrific in this. Yeah, I don't know why I don't like this movie more. That is true. The evil it was exposed to infects and turns the members of the rescue team against each other. In the case of Bushwhacked, that hell is an attack from the Reavers. It does have a great cast. Lawrence Fishburne makes the movie watching. Yeah. I also think it is kind of a major evolution on the sci-fi horror genre that kind of gets overlooked, maybe. I don't want to use the word trashy, but there's something like... Something about it always makes me feel gross watching it, and that's a distinction for me with certain horror movies where if we lapse into that area of just, where it feels just kind of gratuitously awful, I'm not interested. Everything in Alien feels motivated, and, I get that with Event Horizon, like, the evil is doing it to the crew, but ostensibly they're doing that to the audience, where it's just kind of like it I don't know. I just have peculiar taste when it comes to horror. Where are the bodies? There they are. Hostile, torture porn kind of stuff. It's better than that, but that feeling, that hostile feeling, is kind of what I'm talking about. Where, and I get that a little bit in Event Horizon, where I'm like, I just don't. I didn't need to see that. Where it doesn't feel innate of the story per se, maybe is what I'm trying to say. But I wouldn't classify myself as a horror fan. So, there you go. Never watch Hostel. Yeah, I have no intention of watching Hostel, but I know of it, and unfortunately have seen a scene or two. And yeah, Haunted. The Eve just made me watch Saw, though, and while the first movie is kind of like a weird, low-budget horror art film, she also made me watch the second one, and it was pure trash, and basically that. The evil it was exposed to infects and turns the members of the rescue team against each other. In the case of Bushwhacked, that hell is an attack from the Reavers, which infects the only surviving crewman who haunts the ship. And save. I enjoyed the two It movies, but those are also mixes of other genres, and it was very focused on character. So even though Chapter 2 was not great, I was so invested in the characters I didn't care. The remake Part 2, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It's a Bushwhacked. That hell is an attack from the Reavers, which infects the only surviving crewman who haunts the ship. Surviving crewman who haunts the ship. Yeah, the TV movie is one of the earlier things that scared me too, or the miniseries rather, the TV miniseries. King horror is scary, not overly gruesome. Well, a lot of the conversions take some of it out. Like in Misery, for instance, in the book she chops his feet off, and in the movie it's a sledgehammer. Weird that a sledgehammer would be considered a mercy. Scream was fun, but it's also, Scream's a comedy, right? It's a scary horror comedy. But it's not something I revisit, so again, I'm just not, because Scream is also partially about appreciating the tropes of the genre, and it's like, Most of the horror I've seen, I've watched because of either Jack or Jess. I will never reread Misery. Yeah. Well, no, Scary Movie was a satire, yeah. But I think Scream was... Or wait, no, Scary Movie was a farce? I forget my genres. In the case of... But Scream was intended to be, I think, horror... It was... I hate to use the term, subverting. I like The Mist, yeah. Do you want to die in Sydney? I don't know where that question comes from. In the movies, it's a sledgehammer, yeah, not an axe. Bushwhacked, that hell is an attack from the Reavers, which infects the only surviving crewman who haunts the ship. Mal indirectly calls out another famous horror influence during his interrogation scene. Hi, Catherine. How are you doing? I read Misery way too young and it scared me. Yeah, I read... Misery was... I've only read a couple of Stephen King's, but Misery was pretty terrifying. Phil! Yo, man, what would be the most efficient way for a beginner to get good at editing really fast? What helped you when you were first starting? Cheers. It's good. We're drinking the spirits of the Canadians tonight. So I first thing I started with was Photoshop, getting comfortable in Photoshop, understanding layers, because the way Photoshop works with layers and image editing and all of that is also somewhat akin to the way timeline editing works, which is what I'm working with in front. You have video layers, which are right here, and you have audio layers, which are right there. And so I would set little projects for myself that I didn't know how to do in Photoshop, and then just mess around with the software until, I kind of got close. After that, I started editing music videos. So I think music videos are actually a great way into editing because you don't need good audio recording equipment. You don't need to be able to capture sound well. I would find songs that would inspire me, and I watched a lot of music videos at the time, and would in my head start to block out music videos for songs that I really loved. And so I did 3 or 4 music videos at the time. But before that, I also made music videos with still photos, kind of transitioning between like Ken Burnsian style stuff that iPhoto now does automatically. And music videos, nice thing about music videos is one thing that I think people underestimate in video editing is rhythm. The rhythm of the edit, finding the kind of stuff that I'm doing with this is rhythmic. The rhythm is in the way that I speak, and the pronunciation and the pace of there's a performance to the way that I read things, and that has a rhythm and a meter and a beat, and you're trying to find that with the video edit. I cut to where I find a beat. And sometimes I miss it, but so kind of coming up with music videos. And the nice thing is you can shoot a music video on your phone and just trying to have a critical eye about your own stuff and what could have been better and specifically what sections from what you made that you like and why did you like those, and then building from there. And eventually I started doing stuff that I would film, and this is a very particular kind of editing that I do now. But that was kind of my path into editing. Rhythm of an edit is very important. I think that, pace is something that is kind of hard to teach. It's something that you kind of pick up yourself. The other thing too is there are unlike when I started doing this originally, there are now tons and tons and tons of online tutorials. So again, the way that I always started was I would come up with a project that excuse me, I found inspiring, or something I was like, I love this song, I want to edit this thing, and then I would try and figure out how to do it. Now you can Google how to do it. Like I did a Patreon reading where Bob from Twin Peaks, his name comes up on screen and it's on fire. And that was just me Googling fire text After Effects. LinkedIn also has a section called LinkedIn Learning with like 8,000 courses on how to video edit, how to do this kind of thing. And so there are tons and tons of online resources, but the main thing that will carry you through that, or at least that what was necessary to carry me through that, were things that I found inspiring and wanted to make. And for me that started as music videos, and now it's the channel. So that's kind of the path that got me into it. Eventually, I don't necessarily recommend, depending on what you, I don't know how old you are either. If you're on the younger side, I don't think I needed a bachelor's to do what I ended up doing. Certainly not to do this. But at the time, I might have saved some money going to a trade school or doing something a little less expensive, and especially when I happened to go to college for this. So I hope that answers your question to some degree. And if you have any others, feel free to throw them into chat. Russell, I was quoting Scream when I said, "Oh, Sydney!" Yes, of course, Sydney. Jack's in Sydney right now. That's why I got confused. Cheers, sir. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. I was like, is Russell going to murder Jack in Sydney? Crewman who haunts the ship. Mal indirectly calls out another famous horror influence during his interrogations. This one's great. I love this. Trade schools are sorely underrated. I agree. And the other thing, too, is when I started doing this, YouTube was not a thing. There's no reason now to not just start making things. Make stuff. Who cares? Like, it's important to. It's so difficult to make something because you're risking vulnerability, you're risking criticism, you're risking, feedback. But it's important to develop an immunity to that as quickly as possible and embrace failure, whatever that means to you. Embrace, well, that didn't work. But here's what I learned from it, and I'm going to try again. I got very stuck not being willing to fail. And the only surefire way to do that is to never start.
You call him a survivor, he's not. A man comes up against that kind of will, the only way to deal with it, I suspect, is to become it. He's following the only course left to him. First, he'll try to make himself look like one. Cut on himself, desecrate his flesh, and then he'll start acting like one.
No problem, Catherine. I'm glad you dug it.
Blacker than the space it moves through. Kind of darkness you can't even imagine. Into the face of it was...
There it is.
Ship. He looked... He looked right into the face of it, was made to stare.
Hey, Sarah. Welcome back. Scene.
He looked right into the face of it. He looked right into the face of it.
No. No. What about the Buffy font? Buffied. It's actually closer than the other ones. Why is that eye so weird? Nah, let's do Ariel. Yeah, we'll do that.
He looked right into the face of it, was made to stare. Face of it was made to stare. He looked right into... Looked right into the face of it, was made to stare.
In Stephen King's It... Yeah, Comic Sans. I should have been bold. Well, the new one, of course.
Made to stare.
In Stephen King's It, a supernatural pure evil, which often takes the form of Pennywise the Clown,
Truth or dare? You wouldn't want anyone to know what you're...
evil, which often takes the form of Pennywise the Clown. Actually, the bit where he comes out of the refrigerator is...
Time to float.
The bit where he puts his hand over the kid's face is... In Stephen King's It, a supernatural pure evil, which often takes the form of Pennywise the Clown, marinates his prey in their fears before... I think it was like 18 minutes. Ugh, that one's terrible. That was an effective scare. The clown marinates his prey in their fears before consuming them. Before consuming them. I saw this with Jess, and we both turned to each other after the scene where we're like, boy, they're really owned for it, huh? Yeah, I actually watched this one in the theater a couple times. I like these two movies. The new one shot way too much CGI and sped up footage. I don't disagree. And I don't know why it bothers me under certain circumstances and doesn't under others. I think, you know, Stand By Me was kind of a formative movie for me at the time, and this they're both Stephen King ideas, and the idea of the kids on a journey together and all of that kind of got me past the fact that a lot of the CG sucked. But there's, if I remember, there's stop motion animation in the mini series, so you know. If you're going to complain about CGI, you also have to complain about stop motion, I think. Stephen King's It, a supernatural Stand By Me is wonderful. Pure evil, which often takes the form of Pennywise the Clown, marinates his prey in their fears before consuming them. There is a recurring line in the story. I love Tim Curry. I enjoyed the first one. I think comparisons are inevitable, but you know, I think they're both excellent. Oh yeah, I've seen Shawshank many times.
With me, you'll float too. You'll float. You'll float too. You'll float too.
Doesn't he say it?
I bet you have a lot of friends.
3, but my brother's my best.
Where's he?
In bed, sick.
I bet I could cheer him up. I'll give him a balloon.
Kind of floated away.
Do you want a balloon too, Georgie? Friends. What a nice boat.
Do you want it back?
In bed, sick.
Do you want a balloon too, Georgie?
I'm not supposed to take stuff from strangers.
Clown. Meet Pennywise. Now we aren't strangers, are we? Blew the whole circus away. Can you smell the circus, Georgie? Is that your favorite?
Okay, it's not there. Just watching it, Ian. Beat, Richie. There it is.
Time to float.
And I believe it's in the second one.
You'll float too. You'll float too.
Time to float.
That's probably good enough. I think people get the point. Line in the story.
You'll float too. You'll float too. You'll float too.
Time to float.
Which is a reference to the way Pennywise's balloons float. Wait, did I use that shot?
Time to float.
Which is a reference to the way Pennywise's balloons float. The way corpses float in the sewers he drags them down to, and the Oh, I get takedowns. I just fight them all. Oh, there we go. As his balloons float, the way corpses float in the sewers he drags them down to, and the way his victims float in the air and are driven insane when they see his true essence.
Will do.
Time to float.
Which is a reference to the way Pennywise's balloons float, the way corpses float in the sewers he drags them down to, and the way his victims float in the air and are driven insane when they see his true essence. The first act of Bushwhacked features a body floating in space. Hey, Derek. Welcome home. I need more whiskey. The juice of the Canadian. Yeah. Remember when the edit streams had bullet bourbon? Excuse me. Boulet. Actually, I kind of like Canadian Mist. Sarah, I'm drinking the juice of the Canadian and Diet Coke. Giving the wine a break. Tonight. We're doing a diet bet. As I said, we're doing a diet bet in January, so it's going to be cutting back to nothing. There we go. just went to the liquor store today and bought some holiday cheer. Isn't it great that they sell that on the shelf? Them down to, and the way his victims float in the air and are driven insane when they see his true essence. The first act of Bushwhacked features a body floating in space, Pennywise's red floating balloon. This is so specific. There it is. Insane when they see his true essence. The first act of Bushwhacked features a body floating in space, Pennywise's red floating balloon, victims floating in the air, and a man driven balloon, victims floating in the air, and a man driven in.
Sir?
Nobody.
My God.
Balloon, victims floating in the air, and a man driven insane when exposed to evil's true essence. Dope him.
Oh, no.
Must watch The Irishman. It's on the list. Watch more when Jack gets back online. His true essence. The first act of Bushwhacked features a body floating in space, Pennywise's red floating balloon, victims floating in the air, and a man driven insane when exposed to evil's true essence. When exposed to evil's true essence. And save. Have I seen Coco? No, I have not. Don't watch a lot of animated films. Not out of choice or preference or anything. It just tends not to happen. As he has, Tim Minear sets up the Alliance and Reavers as mirror opposites of a philosophical spectrum. More on that in a minute. Given the monsters it seeks to shape, the first Reaverific act of the episode is one of the more curiously horrifying and actually scary of any in the Whedonverse, and its aesthetics are heavily influenced by the horror genre. The derelict is bathed in darkness. Kaylee says the ship is in perfect mechanical condition, and yet no one bothers to hit a light switch before a good scare can be served up. Wide-angle lenses used throughout the first act distort reality at their edges and are a common tool in horror for making us feel uncomfortable. Bushwhacked also contains a fun few nods to some very prominent horror influences. In the film Event Horizon, a rescue team is sent to find a ship with a futuristic propulsion drive that, they discover through research and personal logs, sent the ship to literal hell. Whether it was a special one, I couldn't say, and brought it back haunted. The evil it was exposed to infects and turns the members of the rescue team against each other. In the case of Bushwhacked, that hell is an attack from the Reavers, which infects the only surviving crewman who haunts the ship. Mal indirectly calls out another famous horror influence during his interrogation scene.
He looked right into the face of it, was made to stare.
In Stephen King's It, a supernatural pure evil, which often takes the form of Pennywise the Clown, marinates his prey in their fears before consuming them. There is a recurring line in the story,
You'll float too. You'll float too.
Time to float.
which is a reference to the way Pennywise's balloons float, the way corpses float in the sewers he drags them down to, and the way his victims float in the air and are driven insane when they see his true essence. The first act of Bushwhacked features a body floating in space, Pennywise's red floating balloon, victims floating in the air, and a man driven insane when exposed to evil's true essence. Other than the self-evidently wonderful interrogation scene, excuse me. It's always amazing when you back up and watch a few of the edits together and go, oh, that's how it's supposed to look. Supposed to building the wall pebble by pebble. I've seen things. You people might think I kind of did. Pumpkin Holler. Happy holidays. Oh, sorry. I think I missed a hello from you back there. I apologize. I was caught up in the moment. Oh, yeah. I've got 2 more sections of grades to power through before I'm done, and your company is much appreciated. Great timing. Awesome. I love when people cubicle buddy with me. That's part of the reason I do this. Cheers. Here's to us and work, and on a Friday night, may we someday have a life. I'm just kidding. Or am I? It's hard to tell sometimes. True essence. Other than the self-evidently wonderful interrogation scene, I have no life. Deal. Well, Boris, when is your video series coming?
On Xenon, it's only in the last year that you've been shipping out.
I know you have a lot of opinions. I haven't seen a good Supernatural series going. You should have a go, buddy. What are you drinking? Juices of the Canadians. And Diet Coke. Floating in space, Pennywise's red floating balloon, victims floating. Other than the self-evidently wonderful interrogation scene, there are some nice character bits throughout. I do love that. And Boris, if that sounded like snark, it was not intended as such.
You don't have to be afraid.
Or maybe it was. I don't know. I've been drinking juice at the Canadian. I must apologize to my northern brothers and sisters. Evil's true essence. Other than the But I suppose in my defense I do call us Americans. Other than the self-evidently wonderful interrogation scene, there are some nice character bits throughout. That edit kind of works okay. I hate it. Let's fix it. Unlink. Me trying to justify doing less work. And there are some nice character bits throughout, notably building off one of the previous episode's themes. When Mal introduces himself to the Alliance, he uses his full Greek heroic title, Jane Prank. I already did that, or rather I already explained that. We are cutting that. That is redundant. Is Canadian Mist the same as Canadian Springs? I don't think so. Greek heroic title. Guess it's I have to blame it on the juice. By the way, Sarah, I think there's I realized for me there's a distinction between theatrical camp and camp when it comes to visual media like television and movies, where I can't stand it. But I definitely grew up in a theater background. You know, my stepmother went to school with Richard Jenkins, and she grew up in the theater. My dad raised me on Shakespeare, so on and so forth. So I do have a theater gene in me, for sure. And I think that might be why the Cats trailer doesn't bother me. Because it doesn't activate the side of my brain that does when you see the bug lady from Teacher's Pet, for some reason. Seeing the weird, sexy furries dancing around on screen, I'm like, oh, of course, it's a theater. It's theatrical. It's supposed to be that way. So it doesn't bother me in the slightest. None of the trailers have perturbed me at all. But I'm not saying there should be a distinction either between TV and movie camp versus theatrical camp. But there is, for me, in my head. And I think that's why those trailers don't bother. Actually, I'm kind of intrigued. I'm like, that looks exhausting. I kind of want to do a review of Cats. And not one of the ones that everyone else is doing, like... maybe do it as straight-laced as possible. We should have a proper talk about the camp thing someday, because you like some stuff that's got a dose of camp. Yeah, sure. Not the stuff that's going full kitsch. Myself, I love a giant praying mantis, no matter how badly done or cheesy. Hello, Trillium. And I wish that I was in that camp. Well, I mean, I can't remember her college, but yeah, I'm sorry, but you're just going to drop Mom went to school with Richard Jenkins. I'm just going to name drop. No, he's cool, but that's not what I was talking about. I was just talking about, like, they came up in a hardcore theater background, and my dad from a very textual theater background, and so I have a little bit of the background. I was in theater when I was younger. You have to read the Guardian review of Cats. It's a poem. I'll check it out. There are some nice character bits throughout. Jane pranking Simon, the object of... I've made it a project to try and see every movie Dick Jenkins is in. And that dude is in a lot of movies. Pranking Simon, the object of Kaylee's attention, is a nice extension of... Kaylee's attention is... 6 Feet Under. Yeah. That's another one I've been saving. Excuse me. Jenkins watch. You know who... Quigley. You know who Richard Jenkins is. You just don't know you know who Richard Jenkins is. He's the guy that's in every movie. And he's great.
What are you doing here and what's with the soup?
Yeah, he's that guy. Oh, it's that guy. There are some nice character bits throughout. Jane pranking Simon, the object of Kaylee's attention, is a nice extension of his brotherly relationship with her. Take my love, take my land. I think I screwed up the lyrics. Don't at me.
Little Kaylee's always one man short.
No, that was Mayor Wilkins. Jane pranking Simon, the object of Kaylee's attention, is a nice extension of his brotherly relationship with her. And rather than simply crumbling under it, oh, I want to hear it, Sarah. Let me know. Crumbling under it, Simon reasserts himself as sadist. And rather than simply crumbling under it, Simon reasserts himself as the first to tease Jane about being attacked by the survivor. Looked bigger when I couldn't see him. Yep, he's in Kong. He's a working actor. For a while, he was in every Farrelly Brothers movie. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah.
I couldn't see him.
Out. Learned to sing memories as an awkward 13-year-old. So, yep, going to Cats. Yeah, I grew up with a Cats poster on my wall the whole time.
Yes.
Not on my wall, but on the wall of the home I lived in. So, that's why I'm tempted.
Oh, yeah.
It's not that I'm into that. Or
Oh, yeah.
have a thing.
Yes.
Don't kink shame me.
He's a real beast.
Looked bigger when I couldn't see him. We had Phantom as well. In the new Cats, I believe she is, yeah. I know Judi Dench is. I don't know for certain Maggie Smith is. Oop, undo. Ah, yeah. I don't know if I would call the Cats movie a revival. There was never a Cats movie. Himself as the first. Also, I don't know that Cats was ever good. Sarah, was it good or was it just entertaining? Does a musical have to have a coherent plot? I mean, just naming your Tom Bombadil should be enough, right? Entertaining, yes. Good probably depends on if you did as much coke as Andrew Lloyd did. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've seen Phantom's iconic. Is it good? Hunchback of Notre Dame with acid face and music. Is it? I mean, that's essentially, it's the same trope, right? Is a nice extension of his brotherly relationship with her. And rather than simply crumbling under it, Simon reasserts himself as the first to tease Jane about being attacked by the survivor.
Oh, yes. He's a real beast. It's a wonder you're still alive.
Looked bigger when I couldn't see him.
I hate having to edit like that, but it is what it is. Phantom is good when you're 13 and have little context of good. Exactly. And yet...
Real beast.
Look at how big that chandelier is. Survivor.
Oh, yes. He's a real beast. It's a wonder you're still alive.
Yeah, let's do a fade there. Apply default trend.
Beast. It's a wonder you're still alive.
Looked bigger when I couldn't see him.
I love the visual of Kaylee cutting a pressure line in Serenity, the 10th character on the show, bleeding. Don't know why I said that so dramatically, but okay. Because if you're going to use the term bleeding. Bleeding. What are we at? 7:45? Okay.
Looked bigger when I couldn't see him.
I love the visual of... Well, that's super loud. I'm into theater.
Couldn't see him.
I love the visual of Kaylee cutting a pressure line in Serenity, the 10th character on the show, bleeding. Zoe, again. I always thought they looked ridiculous in the unitards. I mean, if we're being honest. But which is why the new ones don't... It doesn't bother me at all. If you've seen Cats, they look ridiculous. New animation looks kind of neat. But you need... Like, okay, this is the context we're working from. Does the movie look that bad? It's cool. It's cool. Is it cool? I'm going to stop. We're editing Firefly. Beating. Zoe. Again, life in Greek and metaphorically Mal's connection. Life in Greek and... Life in Greek. Take that over the movie any day? Fair. Totally fair. I'm just saying it feels to me like the uproar over the animation lacks the context of what it's actually talking about. Plus, I appreciate people trying something new, even if it's insane. Oh.
Patient. Aside from borderline malnutrition, he's in remarkably good health.
So he'll live then.
What's my favorite musical? Ooh, I'm not a huge musical fan, but and if I say Once More with Feeling, it's a cop-out, right? What is my favorite musical? I love The Sound of Music. I just have terrible recalls, so let's see. Oh, Chicago's terrific. Singing in the Rain is on the list of shame. We're going to watch that. Honestly, Beauty and the Beast. I mean, is The Little Mermaid a cheat? If the measure of like favorite musical is one that you end up singing on a regular basis, it's probably The Little Mermaid. But I love Little Shop of Horrors. I think I actually really like musicals. Oh, West Side Story is incredible. Yeah. Hard for me to pick, actually. Those are all amazing. Feed me Seymour. Don't mess with my Rum Tum Tugger. I will keep my hands off your Rum Tum Tugger. I apologize if it felt like things were going in that direction. Zoe, again, Life in Greek. And Orpheus and Persephone put to ragtime. Okay. And Life in Greek. And wow, I do like musicals. I never realized I like musicals until this conversation. Huh. Like, I've just never actually said that to myself, that I enjoy a good musical. I don't know why that feels like a weird realization, but it kind of does. Again, Life in Greek. I wouldn't say I'm educated in musicals, Karen, but I enjoy a good musical. Welcome. Hilarious. It's a weird insight to have about yourself at 40. Le cabaret. Cabaret. Un cabaret. Bleeding. Zoe. Bleeding. Man's gotta do... Oh, Dr. Horrible. I love Dr. Horrible. I do love musicals. God, this is blowing my mind tonight. Do what a man's gotta do. I'll drink to that. That's a moment. It's not a big, huge moment. It's a moment. Oh, bleeding. Zoe, again, Life in Greek. And metaphorically, Mal's connection to it is... Seen the original edit of the film on YouTube. I have. Bill Murray is in the original black and white version of Little Shop of Horrors, and I don't think it's a musical. I think it was just a play at the time. And Bill Murray plays... No, it's not Bill Murray. It's Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson plays the guy who goes to the dentist, who's Bill Murray's part in the new movie. Or the new movie, the 80s version of the movie. Yeah. Jack Nicholson. Yeah. We're on the same page. I owned it on DVD way back in the day. And he's very young. Suddenly Seymour standing beside me. I've actually never watched the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and you know what? I think we need to add that to the list. Jack and my list of shame. That is a classic of a different variety. Rocky Horror Picture Show. I have not seen that. Marked, added. Zoe, again, life in Greek and metaphorically, Mal's connection to it is the one regularly concerned with the lives of the colonists. It's referring to Rick Moranis' version, original ending available on YouTube. Oh, no, I haven't. I thought you were talking about the original version of the movie. I think I vaguely remember hearing that it would changed after test screenings. I mean, Boris, I think everything comes in... There's an ebb and flow to everything, right? Like, the studio system collapsed at one point. But before that, everything was a giant studio, musical, extravaganza, whatever movie. And then that sort of imploded. And people stopped going to the movies for a while. And then, wasn't that the Taxi Driver era when Francis Ford Coppola and, what was that, the 70s era when they started making movies? And now everything's an MCU movie, and eventually the bubble will collapse. And we'll start over again. What the hell am I doing here? Lives of the colonists. Oh, yes. Okay. Didn't love Sweeney Todd, but I only saw the Tim Burton. I've never seen that one on stage. Actually, have I seen that on stage other than in The Office? Hold the tail of Sweeney Todd.
That's about a fortune. Forget the rest. We just take this stuff. Gonna need a hand hauling it out of here.
Sir. Sir.
She is the one preoccupied with the lives of the colonists.
Even on a lifeboat, you'd think those who escaped would find room for some of this.
Can you do a review on your channel of Cats when it comes out? Maybe in the long term, yeah. At the moment, I'm just trying to... Stella's trying to get her groove back. Such as it ever was, of course. Boris. I think people... I think a couple rounds of Buffy Angel Firefly guides are due. And Untouched is going to be a tough one. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the backlog. Is the one regularly concerned with the lives of the colonists.
Even on a lifeboat, you'd think those who escaped would find room for some of this.
I love her knowing look when Mal agrees to Book's funeral requests. Boy, I really garbled that word. Untouched is harsh, really? No, the review of it's not going to be harsh. I said it's going to be a tough review. I connected with the material in a way that I hadn't previously when I watched the episode, and I think it warrants, yeah. Once I spend some more time with it.
What we're gonna do. Not gonna have these people looking over my shoulder once we're gone. I ain't saying there's any peace to be had, but on the off chance.
Did I have a nice break? I spent most of it stressing myself out and saying I should be working now, I should be working now, I should be working now. Which is the thing, like, the difference between avoidance due to anxiety, which actually creates more anxiety, and taking a break. Self-care is an important thing, and it's not something I'm very good at doing. but I'm working on it. I love her knowing look when Mal agrees to Book's funeral requests. In this scene, when he's speaking to a room full of Voyagers that all represent parts of himself, I showed the film stage version of Sweeney Todd to my husband, and he said it was much better than the Tim Burton movie. The Burton movie has such boring performances. Yeah, it was really dry. Untouched permanently changed my opinion of Lila. Yeah. Untouched is good, but hella triggering. Yeah. Faith parallels made the episode more interesting. Well, we'll see. Hopefully I can find a good spin, good way to access the material. Or at least help it be meaningful. Find a film stage version with Angela Lansbury pretty easily. I'll look into it. Actually, let me add it to the list. We've got the lists now. I have a list for TV shows that I'm never going to be able to crack into, but for some reason the movie list feels more accessible.
For some of this.
I love her knowing look when Mal agrees to Book's funeral requests. In this scene, when he's speaking to a room full of Voyagers that all represent parts of himself, he's variously putting them at ease while having multiple motivations. There is more than one truth to this scene and to this moment.
Of course they are. Too long removed from civilization, perhaps. But men. And I believe...
Yeah, the scene with Angel in the bedroom is brutal. We don't need to get into it now. And I may actually edit that video offline. We shall see. Depends on how the script turns out. In this scene, when he's speaking to a room full of Voyagers that all represent parts of himself, he's variously... But it's not necessarily an episode that works well for banter, as much as I enjoy our banter. Himself. He's variously putting them at ease while having multiple motivations. There is more than one truth to this scene and to this moment. Mal is complex, and this room of people with different interests works as a wonderful representation of his own inner push and pull. Behold the tale of Sweeney Todd. See, I can't do that when we're talking about incest. And I need to be able to sing to get through an edit, because editing is very slow. Yeah, let's go back to talking about Coked Up Dream of Sexy Cat People Singing Poems. Memories.
Bring us in a little closer. Get you close enough to ring the doorbell. What is it?
Yeah, that's episode 2 of season 2. And probably one of my favorite Angel videos. All alone in the moonlight. You're welcome, everyone. I know this is what you tune into my live streams for. The sweet dulcet tones of this moment. Mal is complex, and this room of people with different interests works as a wonderful representation of his own inner push and pull. The shape of River's trauma is coming into clarity. Even though now or have you ever done doesn't make Ian's top 10. Well, bear in mind, my top 10s were framed around particular topics. And I owe everyone a new top 10. I think I said for 60,000 subscribers, which I didn't think we were going to hit. And then, well, I didn't think we were going to hit anytime soon. And then the toolbox fallacy did crazy things. So currently I owe a movie review for her and top 10 something something love and relationships, which is probably personally up for me, which is always the way I choose to write. Been thinking a lot about love and romance and grief. Time to write something. Oh, the shape of River's trauma is coming into clarity. Personally, I like her singing. Thank you. Lie to me.
Nightmares. And now on the run.
Please take a good holiday break. You deserve it. I appreciate it. We're going to get this one done, even if I'm working on Christmas. Hopefully I get to just stream the Buffy game on Christmas. That'll be fun. Yes, your singing is terribly good. Inner push and pull. The shape of River's trauma is coming into clarity. Several of her moments of anxiety in this... I didn't say it was good singing, just that I enjoyed it. Okay, there you go. Moments of anxiety in this one are either shockingly coincidental... That's the kind of honesty I signed into the internet for. All right, how are we doing on time? It's a little warm in here, but it could be the whiskey. Wait, there's the first one.
Personal log. Someone was in the middle of an entry.
Several of her moments of anxiety in this one are either shockingly coincidental or an indication that something more complicated is going on here. That's right, we can't spoil. Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. I aspire to be about the level of Bill Murray on SNL when he was singing in the bar. That's my wheelhouse. That's where I'm living. Or an indication that something more complicated is going on here. But her most significant moment comes when... Do you have a favorite non-Buffy TV reference? Huh. I have terrible recall. That's the old goldfish memory. That's a great question, but and every time someone mentions Buffy in anything, I squeal, of course. But I don't tend to retain... I heard one just recently. I was like, I understand that reference. But I'm going to struggle to remember where it was from. I mean, what was the one from Friends? The porn movie that they all thought Phoebe appeared in was actually a Buffy the Vampire Slayer parody. I don't know if I love that one, but that's always one where I'm like, oh yeah, Ursula. Buffy the Vampire Lair. Smallville Arthur. There's a Twilight Zone reference? Friends is dated and problematic, and I love it. I get all of the criticisms, and it's a lot of the writing is not great. But talk about nostalgia, and like I was a senior in high school when that show hit its stride. What was the movie I was watching, and they made a Buffy mention? I was like, oh, there's a reference to the Scooby Gang in the Fright Night remake, which I think is good. Who's the main actor in Friends? Well, I think only one of them still has a career. Jennifer Aniston, Courtney Cox, Matthew Perry, Lisa Kudrow, Matt LeBlanc, and David Schwimmer. Yeah, I'm not... See, that's the thing is I wish I had Boris's memory. I do not. But that's a great question. I love it. It was a movie with a guy in it, and he said, I'm not going to go all Buffy on. I was like, my heart. Incidental, or an indication that something more complicated is going on here. But her most significant moment comes when, clinging to the side of Serenity with Simon, she peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. Boris is here. He just typed above you, Russell. Yeah, Farscape's on the list. I definitely... I don't know if it beats out DS9 and The Wire and a number of them, but it's on the list. It's one that comes up quite a bit. Community is my comfort blanket comedy TV show. That would be Parks and Recreation for me. Jess and I gave each other our Christmas presents yesterday, and she gave me a shirt with a picture of a cat on it, and I gave her a Pawnee shirt. And we both have our own versions of it, so expect us to be wearing Pawnee and cat shirts on future live streams. Happy to make a skip watch for Farscape if you need it. I may take you up on that. We shall see. But yeah, Parks and Rec. I actually go to sleep to a lot of times. Put on Netflix and tell the television to go to sleep in 45 minutes. Parks and Rec is just good people trying to be good, and the world needs more of that. Or an indication that something more complicated is going on here. But her most significant moment comes when, clinging to the side of Serenity with Simon, she peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. She is not afraid of the emptiness, but welcomes it, and is the only one who traverses the bridge between. She is not afraid of the emptiness, but welcomes. I love it so much. For the first time. I love Parks and Rec now. Thank you for inspiring me to watch it. There's an ebb and flow, definitely. For me, it hits its stride when Andy stops being a big D-bag, and season 7 is just okay. They make the classic mistake of breaking up the team, which is always a problem in Angel seasons to me. But even so, it comes back together again. I think like a lot of sitcoms, characters decay into their most recognizable characteristics, and they just kind of become parodies of themselves, and that started to happen a little bit. But mostly it's just good people trying to be good, and I love that. Post Brandanowitz, Parks and Rec is gold. I actually like Brandanowitz. I like a good straight man, comedically speaking. He was a good sort of everyone in that show is a little extreme one way or another, and he was the one that was kind of down the middle. And I think that ended up being Anne afterwards, but then even Anne leaves. So I know I'm in the minority, by the way, in the fact that I like Brandanowitz. Brandanowitz on here. But her most significant moment comes, but Anne ends up being the comedic straight man afterwards, and she's great. But I still liked him. Ron is so much like a friend of mine before the internet got to him. But I wish Ron was my spirit animal. I said that in a video once that he was, and that was a lie. He's not. Andy's my spirit animal. Or, can we stop by the house before we go? Because I forgot to put on a jacket and one of my socks and deodorant. Plus I gotta poop, but I can do that anywhere. Shockingly coincidental, or an indication that something more that's more complicated is going on here. But her most significant moment comes when, clinging to the side of Serenity with Simon, she peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. She is not afraid of the emptiness. Oopsie doopsie. Let's fix that. There it is. Anything's a toy if you play with it. That is one of the greatest lines of anything. That is so brilliant, and it's so Andy. Anything's a toy if you play with it. When he said that, that blew my mind. Peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. She is not afraid of the emptiness, but welcomes it, and is the only one who traverses the bridge. And save. Yeah, exactly. That's true, Josh. Baby, you are so creepy. Thank you. I love it. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Amy Poehler in my DNA. Or rather, Leslie Knope in my DNA. I could probably stand to have a little more Leslie and Andy. Or excuse me, a little more Leslie and Ron. God, I love that show. I love talking Parks and Recreation. Where's the door open? Well, maybe just her feet. Do you think Joss has a... Never mind. Parks and Rec guide. I don't think it needs to exist, but there is probably a why you should watch Parks and Recreation video in the future. And she peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. She is not afraid of the emptiness, but welcomes it, and is the only one who traverses the bridge between the two ships without a spacesuit. In terms of Mal's heroic journey, the loose classical parallel here would be Odysseus. Oh, I need to re-record this. Oh, crap. Wait, no, did I? I thought I did this as a pickup. Landing on Circe. On Circe's Island. Oh, I did it right. This is the pickup. Huzzah! Island. Because I said Circe. And it's Circe. Parks and Rec is a fantastic comfy blanket show, if that's what you're after. Yeah, definitely. Good intentions and ineptitude. That's a good way to describe it. Yeah, if only there were more Bens in this world. It's the Iron Throne! Well, he definitely has a wayfish thing, that's for sure. Journey. The loose classical parallel here would be Odysseus landing on Circe's Island. Circe's Island. I said Circe. Okay. Any royalty-free images? Or do we just skip this part for a little bit? It's about the cones. Yeah, we're going to skip this part for a little bit. When he gets there, it's just supposed to be so his men can get provisions, but Circe drugs him and turns them all into pigs. Odysseus falls for Circe and lets a year of his voyage for home waste away. When he's finally convinced to leave, he must descend into hell, where he witnesses the woes of many mythological lives, including Sisyphus. In the video... Da-da-da! Have I ever watched Party Down? I have not. But I did love finding that connection in Odysseus to Sisyphus. That made me happy. Of course, I was like, nobody cares, but wow, is that fitting when I'm about to blow up the philosophy section. Prepare for... the world's biggest tangent about philosophy. And we need a Camus. God, he's a handsome dude. Hey, Brandon. Patreon up, thank you, and welcome. I appreciate it. Why you gotta be so handsome, Albert? I don't know about the hair, but the rest got it kicking. And Jean-Paul Sartre. Well, I mean... all right. So, intros. I have a chance to get to the P.O. Box net. I have not, and I know there's stuff in there. Damn it. Okay, I'll make a point of it next week. Crap. Oh, and it's the holiday season, too. Oh. Sorry about that to anyone who sent me stuff. I need to get that done. So what happened was a couple of weeks ago I went to Wisconsin and I happened to leave my driver's license on the airplane and have been reluctant to go anywhere. And my sister was like, you know, you can just do it online. I was like, sure. And then I looked and you can just do it online. And I was like, oh. And then I said, sorry, sis, and did it, but I have not received my new driver's license in the mail, and my P.O. Box is about an hour away, which I haven't fixed yet either, because I'm bad at doing many things, so I'm working on it. There may be something in there that has something to do with the getting of rocks. Well, you can't see it, but I've got a wall of things that people have sent me, and prominently featured is the Arrow pillow, which I still love and treasure. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Sarah. She is not afraid of the emptiness. It feels so good to be editing again and to be making stuff. Good God, the last 2 months have sucked. Changing the tune for a moment, I just read a message from Audrey to people on your forum. Anyway, was someone rude? Yes. And a reiteration of the rules from time to time is not a bad thing. But, yeah. It's some stuff that I'm learning about through her and through some people in the community. But that's also partially why I have other people manage the online communities. There is a forum. Facebook. What is it? There is one for Facebook. There. And then there's one on Discord, which I believe if you look in the description of any of the videos, it's there. So, yeah. Facebook group is relatively quiet but steady, the Facebook group is very active. The Discord group is quiet but steady. That something more complicated is going on here. But her most significant moment comes when, clinging to the side of Serenity with Simon, she peers into the nothingness of deep space, and we see her happy, joyful for the first time. She is not afraid of the emptiness, but welcomes it, and is the only one who traverses the bridge between the two ships without a spacesuit. In terms of Mal's heroic journey, the loose Did I bring the B-roll in? Or am I getting distracted and full of Canadian mist? Classical parallel here would be Odysseus landing on Circe's island. When he gets there, it's just supposed to be so his men can get provisions, but Circe drugs him and turns them all into pigs. Odysseus falls for Circe and lets a year of his voyage for home waste away. When he's finally convinced to leave, he must descend into hell, where he witnesses the woes of many mythological lives. This is Firefly, yes, and you should watch it. Why? What's going on here? This is the woes of many mythological lives, including Sisyphus. Sisyphus. Position scale. Back. Audrey, Jack, and Jess are usually pretty quick about approving those requests, so you shouldn't have to wait too long. Back. Sisyphus. Whoa, that's wrong. And terrible. And my mouse is being weird now. Hasn't done that in a while. Sometimes I miss Final Cut Pro. Sisyphus. In the video for the train job, I briefly referenced some of the show's existential underpinnings in reference to Mal's line about choice. Referenced, eh? That's a double reference. Incept a reference. Episodes. Firefly train job. I think I'll miss this stream unless you get naked. Well, have a good evening. I appreciate you stopping by. Come on, mouse. What's going on? Are we running out of power? Man looks at a situation like ours. Well, then he has a choice. I don't believe he does. Sisyphus. In the video for the train job, I briefly referenced some of the show's existential underpinnings in reference to Mal's line about choice. But after watching Bushwhacked, I think a more thorough unpacking is necessary. But after watching Bushwhacked, the audio sounded a little tinny there. Probably okay. So he's going to live. Bush will always be... Book will always be my philosophical touchstone, I suppose, for this. Can you believe the Watcher Scouts let this guy go? There we go.
So he'll live then.
Which to my mind is unfortunate.
Not a very charitable attitude, Captain.
God, he's good. Run! Referenced some of the show's existential underpinnings in reference to Mal's line about choice. But... Alright, unlink. Move that. About choice. But after watching Bushwhacked, I think a more thorough unpacking is necessary. Now stick with me here. This may seem like a bit of a... Stick with me here. This... Sorry you had to go to Wisconsin. From Wisconsinite living abroad and definitely not missing the chill. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm born in Illinois and lived in the Chicago area quite a bit, so I get it. That side of the country is flat and cold. And that's okay. It has its charms. I actually love a good, brutally cold day. But I still have friends there. Optical flow. Okie dokie. Alright, I need to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to hit the add button. Just because it's there. But I will be back in 2 minutes. BRB. Headphones. Yeah, so when you hit the ad button, it apparently shows an ad to 25% of the people. If you have YouTube Red or you have an ad blocker installed, it won't show you the whole thing. It's fine, but honestly, sitting here looking at the empty chair or watching an ad, I figured, you may as well learn about Colgate. Yes. In the video for the train job, I briefly referenced some... Alright, so... that edit sucks. Let's do something better.
Captain's got a move he ain't made yet. You'll see.
There we go. I got to look at John Hamm while he tried to sell me something. Nice. See, it worked, kinda. Depends on the length of the break, Russell. The hold, you're talking about the hold music. I can put hold music on. If I'm going to take like a 10-minute walking away break. The ad money is pennies, by the way. So, I'm really just hitting the button because it's there to be hit. Super happy fun slide. When am I going to be here again? In the video for the train job, I briefly referenced some of the show's existential underpinnings in reference to Mal's line about choice. But after watching Bushwhacked, I think a more thorough unpacking is necessary. Now stick with me here. This may seem like a bit of a I love to love you in the night. May seem like a bit of a tangent, but this may seem like a bit of a tangent. So, the difficulty with these big-ass tangents is finding visuals. That sensibly apply. Now, I don't think I'm going to leave. We're staying in the Firefly universe, so it's kind of this free association thing. I don't want to go, and we only have 3 episodes to work with. So, yeah, this is going to be tough. I suppose non-contextual spoilers are okay. This may seem like a bit of a tangent. I think we just throw something up for that. Not every line needs to be on point. Yeah, I mean, once we get into specifics, I think I can use... Oh, good one. Wash being interrogated. That is the tangent of all tangents in the episode.
Where her legs meet her back. That whole area. That and above it.
Yeah, that's good. It may seem like a bit of a tangent, but all of this... Stick with me here. This may seem like a bit of a tangent, but all of this becomes beautiful. Becomes more and more relevant as the series goes on. Now, objects in space is the reason for this tangent. I mean, I don't think showing him really matters. This may seem like a bit of a tangent, but all of this becomes more and more relevant as the series goes on. Broadly speaking, philosophy is the study of reality and existence. Philosophy is the study of reality. I don't want to give too much of out of gas away.
Real beauty, ain't she? Yes, sir. Tell you what, you buy this ship, treat her properly.
I already know what I'm going to call her. Got a name all picked out.
One class down, one to go, be free for the holiday. What? Happy to hear it. Goes on. Broadly speaking, philosophy is the study of reality and existence, often to address certain fundamental questions we all ask. For instance, does my life have meaning? Does my life have meaning? This is kind of an interesting... doing it this way is sort of interesting. In the way it kind of baits... It connects the philosophical conversation to... Oh, God, I love that music. With the way they do the Janestown song in the soundtrack with the guitar. So good. Guys, I don't know if I've mentioned this, but this is a pretty good show. Questions we all ask. For instance, does my life have meaning? It's working! It's working! Okay. A lot of times you write a thing and you're like, I can make this work in the edit, and then you do it and you're like, I made it work in the edit! Oh boy. I missed editing! It's just that the instrument that I'm good at is walled off by having to write and record stuff. Have meaning. That question by itself could be read as the theme of every show in the Whedonverse.
supplies were low on? Fuel her up?
I'd sure love to find.
As we all ask. For instance, does my life have meaning? That question by itself could be read as the theme of every show in the Whedonverse, from Buffy to Fire. So, what? Alright, so do we do the last shot of Buffy or the first shot of Buffy? And by the first shot of Buffy, I don't mean the literal first shot in the show. But do we popularize Mr. Balfour, or do we popularize the last shot? Let's do the last shot. Feels more contemporary. Boy, the visual quality in the... Oh, we're doing Eric? Okay, we can do Eric. Verse from Buffy to Fire. Oh, I don't have a rip of Dr. Horrible ready. Note to self, do that before I edit tomorrow. No, that's what I was saying. The Season 7 DVD quality is not good. And I've looked at the Euro DVDs, the American DVDs. The American ones look a little better, but they're very, like, solarized and over sharp. Just not good. Flat. I don't know if it was an issue with the filming or what. Of Eric Balfour is your Mr. Gorda. I actually kind of feel that way too. It's weird how I've developed a Pavlovian response to certain shots, whether it's the lie to me shot or that shot or whatever, where it's like, I get like an injection of a bunch of ideas and emotions all simultaneously, and that shot for me is very much the same way. Every show in the Whedonverse, from Buffy to Firefly to from Buffy to Firefly to let me see if I do have a copy of Dr. Horrible prepared. File Explorer. Just a moment, my friends. Sorry for the delay. Not there. Checking the other drive. Interesting. And we can get it ready. It didn't look great when they first aired it. That's a bummer. From Buffy to Firefly to Dr. Horrible. And in the commentary track for Objects in Space, Joss Whedon said that I believe I said this in the previous one, but again, I just wanted to do a thorough and in the unpacking. And anyone who's followed the channel for a while has heard me do this spiel a few times. But I tried to iterate on it and come up with angles and aspects, especially between Sartre and Camus. That's a huge spoiler, isn't it? I love that visual image. We don't have to go there. It's so, like, sumptuous, that shot. Yeah, I think I'm making the decision now not to spoil that image. That seem right to you? No, I don't want to show her tied up. That bit is something I can't grok.
I need you to trust me.
Am I dreaming?
Mishmash. Merry Happy. Still my favorite holiday greeting. Cheers. Merry Happy to you as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wish I had the buttons fixed, but I forgot to fix them. So, do the dance of... Boris, what's the rest of the line? Capitalist superiority. Boom. I have a memory. It's just not very good. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. To Firefly to Dr. Horrible. And in the comment... Oh, whoops. And in... And in the commentary track for Objects in Space, Joss Whedon said that he is an atheist and an absurdist, commonly considered an offshoot of existentialism. So, do I go to that old chestnut? Joss Whedon. I mean, I've used the same image for this several times. There it is. And we'll use this Wikipedia image. Sorry, guys, just 1 second. I am prepping Dr. Horrible and grabbing a picture of Joss. Save, okay. Start. Close, and we want to go here. Drive, project folder, Bushwhacked. All right, this will work. Atheist and an absurdist, commonly considered an offshoot of a blah blah blah. Base. Okay. So we do the old razor, go and grab a Gaussian blur, toss it on the second half of the razored footage, click, turn the blur way up, then we just add a transition, remove the audio transition because it's not really necessary. And have the dissolve occur first. Put one on the... Well, let's keyframe this first. Joss Whedon said that he is an atheist and an absurdist, commonly considered an offshoot of existentialism. It's not, but it is considered. Existentialism and absurdism actually are reactions to nihilism, but absurdism is not an offshoot of existentialism. But who cares? There we go. Now we add the transition. And base. Joss Whedon said that he is an atheist and an absurdist, commonly considered an offshoot of existentialism. The fundamental underpinning of existentialism is that the universe and everything in it is meaningless. The universe and everything in it is meaningless. So we need a Firefly visual. Save. Firefly, train job, shindig. Everything in it is meaningless. Safe. Excuse me. I've been working for a while, Lily. Devastated. Yeah, Josh, the devastated face has a very prominent feature in part of this video. So I don't want to go back to it too many times. That is a common mistake of mine. That will appear. I mean, maybe just out of gas, because Serenity is an object in space. Let's see. Is this a Manir episode 2? Damn, he did some good stuff in this. Existentialism. The fundamental underpinning of existentialism is that the universe and everything in it is meaningless. I think that kind of works. It's dry, but so is the idea. The Alliance Cruiser... I'm growing to a point with this. The Alliance represents, to me, more the Reavers are a representation of meaningless, but they're not actually heavily featured in the... Bye, Quibbly. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Well, I think Manir was one of the showrunners, wasn't he? Or no, he's a showrunner on Angel. Was he a showrunner on Firefly? I don't remember this. There is no purpose, no cosmic justice, no rules. And yet... So that can be Badger and Niska, I think. No, that was Greenwalt. Yeah, I think he was he was a Firefly showrunner.
Above you. Better than.
Better than. It's in my hairy chest, see? I got a hat. Yeah, this'll work. So... Now for you, my reputation is fact.
Solid. No more God.
Alright. Hey, we hit 10 minutes. That was my goal for this second half editing. Now we just go until I pass out on the keyboard. Or 10 o'clock. Let's aim for 10 o'clock. Underpinning of existentialism is that the universe and everything in it is meaningless. There is no purpose, no cosmic justice, no rules. No cosmic justice, no... Better than. No rules. And yet, that works. Going out for karaoke. Have fun, Raven. Do my favorite. Everyone's got a karaoke go-to. No diggity. Get it done. Later days, dudes. Meaningless. There is no purpose, no cosmic justice, no rules. And yet, absurdly, the human animal is one born with an insane craving for meaning and purpose. Now I want to sing No Diggity, but I can't do that. There are rules. Dogs and cats living together. Well, actually, I sing No Diggity to the baby all the time. She doesn't care. She just likes the sound of my voice. There we go.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here.
Oh, the context of the essay kind of made that upsetting for me. In English, there is no purpose, no cosmic justice, no rules, and yet, absurdly, the human animal is one born with an insane craving for meaning and purpose. The man most associated with godless existentialism is Jean-Paul Sartre, whose book Nausea. Godless existentialism is Jean-Paul Sartre. Godless existentialism is. Worst thing is I could do is in my wheelhouse. Now, I don't know why I know all the words to No Diggity, but you know, it's going down Fade to Black Street. The homies got Abbott Collab Creations, Funk Like Act, no doubt. I'll put it down, never slouch. As long as my credit can vouch, dog couldn't catch me, check me out. You know, so on and so forth. Who can stop with making moves? He's like a magnet, giving him orgasms with my mellow accent. Sartre, there he is. Flavor with the homies Black Street and Teddy, the original Rum Shakers. Sartre. Some days I wish pop music poetry hadn't died. Not that, you know, talking about philosophy and meaning and purpose isn't cool, too. Most associated. Orgasms. Boris, how dare you? Orgasms with my mellow accent. Jeez. Craving for meaning and purpose. The man most associated with godless existentialism is Jean-Paul Sartre, whose book Nausea Joss Whedon described as the most... So, do we show Nausea? I kind of think we show Nausea. I think we're going to cut to Angel for that. There must be a flattering picture of Jean-Paul Sartre. That's the Wikipedia picture. I mean... That's a good one right there. But I don't know if I can use it. But yeah, he had the eye thing. The thing is, I feel like if I'm using that picture, I'm deliberately using it because he has the eye thing. So... I believe the actual proper French pronunciation is Sartre. But you missed the conversation earlier, Boris, where I said I'm actually going... he's one of the ones I'm deliberately doing wrong on purpose. Yeah, I mean, that's a very nice picture, but... Yeah, I'm just not going to avoid it. I'll tell you what we're going to do, though. What we will do is... Because I always said Sartre, but I'm right. No, I believe the proper French pronunciation, the rakish one with the pipe and sweater. Hang on. Again, I don't know that I have the right to use. I believe the Wikipedia ones are... Are you talking about this pipe and sweater? Oh, yeah. I think I've used that one before. Images, copyright. I don't find that one particularly less flattering than this one. Or more flattering. I mean, okay, the robe and... Alright, fine. Yeah, he looks kind of hot. Save image. You guys don't need to see the file structure on my computer. Dropbox. No, this PC, edit drive. Project folders. Firefly, Bushwhacked. I get it. Seeing that photo within the edit, it was a little shocking. So, yeah, I get it. That's fair. It sucks that it's shocking, but it's a little shocking. It's very candid, I suppose, is the way of describing that. But either way, I'm not trying to do him dirty. So let's do it the right way. Oh, you think the angle in the previous shot? I don't know. I thought it was fine. But I also, it's probably a matter of focus. As a balding, or bald, if we're being specific, man, the rakish haircut there and the tie, I find sort of attractive and distracting. So maybe I didn't look at the eye thing as much. This one to me is like, well, whatever. We don't need to get into it. Alright, effect controls, position, scale. So we keyframe the opening, scroll to the end, which also scrolls on the timeline, keyframe the ending, zoom in slightly, because this is a nice long one. And now we have, and we'll have him fade up. Socialism is Jean-Paul Sartre, whose book Nausea Joss Whedon described as the most important he'd ever read. The term read. So now we're actually going to cut to Angel. That's a nice, subtle zoom there. Sound like my mechanic when he explains car things to me. Well, a part of me hopes that these streams are in some way beneficial to anyone interested in editing. I didn't mark the... where's Lover's Walk? Oh, I'm in Angel, not Buffy. Oopsie doopsie. Buffy the Snowman. There we go. Part of me hopes that these streams are helpful for anyone who wants to learn how to edit. Basic editing that I do. And so... But there's also something to... me talking through the boredom. I don't know how to describe it. You know, as you lay down one paint stroke after another, slowly the image starts to emerge, but it's still kind of very methodical, slow work. So me kind of babble talking through it makes it easier for me. I don't know how to describe it other than that. They are helpful. Thank you, Sarah. So I actually want to title this, and we're going to use the titling format we've used for Firefly. But I don't remember how I did it, because it's been a while. So we need to go and grab a title. No. Boy, Train Job was a slightly complicated edit, huh? Oh, there we go. Much ado about nothing. Okay, so copy. What font am I using here? Effect controls. That's where the font's supposed to be. I think it's Abdi. Weird. Okay, let's try it. So boop boop. Text. Still doesn't show me the font. That is bizarre. Okay, Angel, and I don't remember how to bullet point in Windows. Windows bullet point shortcut is 0149. That is so ridiculously complicated. Alt 0149. There we go. Jeez. S. Oh, it's not Angel, though. Shut up. I mean, I knew that. SO3E08. Alt 0149. Lover's Walk. Highlight. And source text. There we go. There we go. Should I actually build it out properly? Season 3 episode. Or should I just go Buffy Lover's Walk? What do we think? Season 3 episode 8. I think it needs to be, yeah, 3 episode 8 with a Kuma. What do we think? Bob on that. Buffy's Sorry, are you leaving? Let's save. Anyway, let's see how it looks. Paul Sartre, whose book Nausea Joss Whedon described as the most important he'd ever read. The term nausea was what Sartre used to describe his protagonist coming to the realization that nothing in this universe is intrinsically meaningful. Nothing in this universe... Oh, God, it's so hard to not cut to that shot of Mal. Nothing in this universe is intrinsically meaningful. Bushwhacked. I'll bring up the Soul Cannon tomorrow. I would expect nothing less, Russell. You do you, buddy. I still need to rewatch the episodes, but I'm actually enjoying editing. Oh, we can go, yeah. Nausea. Ah, yes, the Survivor, of course. I'm stupid.
I think so. Besides,
wait, are we already arguing about the episodes we're watching tomorrow? Is that what's happening in the chat? Is that how Tron's living in the city? I wasn't paying attention. Cattle for the slaughter. Save. The term nausea was what Sartre used to describe his protagonist coming to the realization that nothing in this universe is intrinsically meaningful. Not arguing, just agreeing how much we like Parker getting bonked on the head. I almost called him Ponker getting barked on the head, but, I'm enjoying this. I missed this. Meaningful. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair. Neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. They're just objects. They don't mean what we think they do. Oh god, I'm so drunk. The amount of effort you put into these episodes is so amazing. Now I'm seeing the edit process. I love it. I don't know how the first part relates to the second part, but thank you, and man. Editing makes me happy. Talking about this stuff makes me happy, and I think this is good. I don't say that about a lot of the videos. But I have since I quit my job, which is weird. Not particularly looking forward to what untouched means to me. But I think it's due. There we go.
It's just an object. Doesn't mean what you think.
Lovely. Discovered your channel 3 months ago, and I've been binge watching your videos. Welcome, welcome. And I agree, I was wrong about that. Just whatever. Just coming to the realization that nothing in this universe is intrinsically meaningful. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair. Neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. They're just objects. They don't... Okay, we got a little early on that. A chair. Neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. They're just objects. They don't mean what we think they do. Sort lovely. I love it. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair. Any part where a chair is particularly relevant? Well, I don't want to go to the movie. Heart of Gold. The Message. No. Trash. War Stories. Ariel. No. Nicely done. Thank you. Yeah, I was thinking Out of Gas has somewhere in the captain's seat. Oh god, we're all gonna die? I mean, we can get chair from... Yeah, that right there.
I want you to get in your shuttle. Get the civilians and be ready to go.
I can't just leave you here.
Well, that was the plan.
Mel, don't do
We
this.
get boarded. You take off. Head for town. We might be able to stop them from following you.
They'll kill you.
Nora.
Mal does a nice swivel. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. Let's... I've already used the final shot quite a bit, but... I was actually dreading this part of the edit, the philosophy section. Just because it's so not grounded in... It's this kind of stuff, just the free association edits.
And you're harboring known fugitives.
I'm not drunk. You're drunk. But I think it's turning out pretty well. Meaningful. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair. Neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. And that one we can come back to Bushwhacked. It wasn't an accusation, Nicholas. Bounce. So, gun, I'm thinking Jane cocking the gun outside of when he's baiting the doctor over. Whatever, I ain't waiting. There we go.
There is no screaming.
Or wait, no. So that'd be kind of like you and your sister. That was great Baldwining. Thank you.
I think separating a person from...
It's impressive what nothing can do to a man.
Latches on the first big something, stops long enough. Hey, now. That'd be a bit like you and your sister, wouldn't it?
Intrinsically meaningful. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair. Neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. They're just objects. They don't mean what we think they do. Starting to come together. Archer found this terrifying, as if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then... And... that's our boy. Contemplating the nothingness and being terrified. Lovely. Sartre found this terrifying, as if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then we are all tasked as individuals to... Sartre found this terrifying, as if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then we are all tasked as individuals... Oh my god, he's Sartre. Sartre. To invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And now we can go back to the bullet. Who's our Camus? I'm joking with you, preacher. I have seen Baby Driver, yeah.
You can't.
No way the feds will let us walk.
Then we dump him in a shuttle and leave him for them.
Everybody's so mad. It's okay, baby.
Do you know what a stomach wound does to a person?
I surely do.
Then you know how crucial the next few minutes are.
Everybody's so mad. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Mal is the best, Camus. Love keeps her in the air, makes her a home. They don't, which is what all of this is building to, which is the thesis of all of these essays. The ideas of connection and where meaning evolves from and what keeps us in the world, all of that. I love Firefly. And I mean, first is the despair. First is this stuff that we're talking about now, which is just the, oh, wow. Ever read. The term nausea was what Sartre used to describe his protagonist coming to the realization that nothing in this universe is intrinsically meaningful. A chair doesn't have some essence that makes it a chair, neither does a lamp or a ship or a gun. They're just objects. They don't mean what we think they do. Sartre found this terrifying, as if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then we are all tasked as individuals to... I agree with that, Sarah, actually, and I actually say Mal is Sisyphus in this video. To invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. So... I mean, that's gotta be Jane, right? Jane is our bad faith.
You know, I hear...
But is this a spoiler? Just that shot? Oopsie doopsie. That's the wrong one. Choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does... Okay, I know what we can go to. Money wasn't good enough. In bad faith. I agree that's kind of a spoiler. There we go. I want that shirt.
Money wasn't good enough.
Except I can't pull it off. I'd be wearing it and people would be like...
That's what it is.
I don't look like Adam Baldwin.
Well, that'll be an interesting day.
Objects. They don't mean what we think they do. Sartre found this terrifying as, if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then we are all tasked as individuals to invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, that would be the Alliance. Don't sell yourself short. I already forgot what I said that made you say that, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Josh. I will try and nix the negative self-talk. I'm really caught up in this edit. This is really fun. And what's weird is I kind of have a theory as to how the philosophy applies to the show, and then you write the essay, but then you start cutting the footage to the essay and you go, oh, that really does, that moral code to live. Only maybe you're more concise and better with the words and things and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, the universe does exert some push and pull over our circumstances. Again, Mal in the Valley is the best example of that, but I don't want to show that yet. Alliance. So, Bushwhacked. Thank you. It's the shirts. I think you could pull the shirt off fine. It wouldn't make you look like Adam Baldwin, but it would still be a good color for you. Well, Sarah, when it comes to clothes, I trust you implicitly. So I'm going to start shopping for that shirt. I don't know if I have the guns to pull off the Blue Sun shirt, but certain push and pull. I think the Alliance skyscraper ship is big enough to exert a gravitational pull, right? And
and be boarded.
That, what is that, a crash zoom? What is that called? The snap zoom? That is so Battlestar, and the same, which is hilarious to me because the same guys that did the Battlestar special effects did Firefly. Don't mean what we think they do. Sir, if we were ever in the same city, I'll play stylist and take you shopping. I'm doing the Comic-Con tour at some point, so be careful, because I may take you up on that. I skipped it this year. I may do it next year. In what we think they do. Sartre found this terrifying as, if nothing is intrinsically meaningful, then we are all tasked as individuals to invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, we as individuals can never have taken from us our freedom to choose. We as individuals can never have taken from us our freedom to choose. Man has a choice. No, I would if I do the I would love to do the Comic-Con tour and include Toronto and Vancouver, or maybe Toronto and Montreal. I don't believe he does.
Does.
Anyway, we're doing it next year. If they want me back at WhedonCon, I'll be there. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, we as individuals can never have taken from us our freedom to choose, even if the choice is just how we choose to suffer. Bad faith. You better believe faith was related to the philosophy. Even if the choice is in how we suffer. I mean, showing them tortured is a spoiler in war stories. Even if the choice is in how we suffer. We can go back to Ow.
Sorry.
That's cute. I don't know if it's...
Can't say you made a lifetime friend.
I'll deal with him.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about you. How's your sister?
The same. In one moment she seems perfectly cogent, the next...
Cons are overwhelming. They're stressful, and I'm not very social, but I thrive on connections with people. It's very weird.
Ow!
Thankfully, that tiny bit of theater background kicks in when I step on stage. We as individuals can never have taken from us our freedom to choose, even if the choice is just how we choose to suffer. That's adorable. We're keeping it. I have to use the restroom, and I'm going to hit the play ad button. I will be back in 1 minute. BRB. Did I forget? No, I hit the ad button. It only shows it to a small percentage of people. A chair has no intrinsic meaning. That is true. Right? As individuals to invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, we as individuals... I can see it now. Go to a con. Rolls eye. Oh, this is Russell. Russell, I would never roll my eyes and say, oh, this is Russell. We would hug. Just saying. Better get comfortable with it. You're fast pee or did you wash your hands? I did, and that's a very private question. But yes. Use your empty chair for the empty chair bit. I want to stay... I was thinking about it. We were thinking about how to edit this and whether to remain kind of in universe or what. And I think for the episode guides, it works better if I don't go toolbox fallacy with it, where I start editing in stuff that's out of the realm. For personal essays and other kinds of things like that, that's okay. But can I have a hug too? Yes. Everyone's going to be hugging me after Comic-Con talks. Actually, what I should do is I should do the top 10 something love and romance as next season's Comic-Con talk, and then release it simultaneously as the top 10 video. Yeah. Top 10 Buffy, Angel, or Firefly episodes that restore our faith in relationships. Something. I don't know. Everyone knows what number 1 is, if you've been paying attention. As individuals to invent... Better get the Purell if you keep hugging everyone. That's true. Invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. Done. Thanks for keeping me company during the home stretch. Bunkin, good job getting your work done. I wish I had done the same. Cheers. Live. And which con do you go to? I've gone to ones in LA, Wyoming, Colorado. I tried to go to New York, but I couldn't afford the ticket. I've done like short circuits, kind of building out from there. I was going to go to Nebraska. See, the ones around Colorado, which is where I am, are very easy. But I suppose what I should do is like make a list of 7 to 10 and then rotate them up each year. No, I can't get into San Diego. San Diego is like, high level at this point. But then again, I have friends who have actually gotten into San Diego. I guess I haven't tried. I should. What cons are there in Nebraska? I don't remember. But there are cons in Nebraska. I don't remember the name of the one I got into. But it was a very small one. And we ended up not going. Are you ever going to do a video on Dr. Horrible? I am. Individuals to invent our own moral code. Russell, you're in Nebraska? Oh, geez. Yeah, living in Colorado and Chicago, I've driven through Nebraska many times. Okay. Interesting. Well, we'll have to figure out the con circuit for next season once January rolls around. To invent our own moral code to live and make choices by. And he called failing to do so acting in bad faith. So what do we have so far? Nebraska and Vancouver. Bad faith. While the universe does exhibit some gravitational push and pull over our circumstances, we as individuals can never have taken from us our freedom to choose, even if the choice is just how we choose to suffer. If we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to make moral choices and pretend as though we are not free, then we deny our authentic selves. And pretend as though if we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to choose, we can go back to this gentleman. I mean, it's so tough, right? Oh,
Jenna.
No mercy.
No. Any more than we already did.
No mercy.
No, we got lots of...
We got lots of mercy. Nebraska is somewhere under Alberta. I think that's factually correct. To suffer. If we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to make moral choices and pretend as though we are not free, this is tough, isn't it? Water. Feels a little victim blamey, which is not really my intention.
They were all weak.
Other than the bullet wound, they're just...
Oh, the cop's a great one. But I think this one kind of fits with this episode. How we choose to suffer. If we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to make moral choices and pretend as though we are not free, then we deny our authentic selves. So give me... Where you at, my dude? There you are. Out. And pretend as though we are not free, then we deny our authentic selves. Abandon our only ability to make life meaningful and become nothing more than objects in space. JJ, you're in Illinois? I, grew up in Schaumburg, Roselle. Was born in Franklin Park. Objects in space. I mean, this is kind of his journey, this episode, isn't it? Let's go again. God, this episode's good. There he is. Out! In. Ability to make life meaningful and become nothing more than selves. Abandon our own. Pick. Stop. Undo. Unlink. Abandon our only ability to make life meaningful and become nothing more than objects in space.
We let him go first.
Excuse me. is just how we choose to suffer. If we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to make moral choices and pretend as though we are not free, then we deny our authentic selves, abandon our only ability to make life meaningful, and become nothing more than objects in space. Existentialism raises a number of questions, not the least of which is if morality is totally more than objects in space. Selves, abandon our only ability to make life meaningful, and become nothing more than objects in space. Existentialism raises a number of questions, not the least of which is if morality is totally arbitrary, then what's to stop someone from choosing to be a Nazi, if they believe that to be an expression of their authenticity? Sartre believed in man... Okay, now we'll go to the cop. Just because there's not really any Nazis. I mean, they're a little fascist in their outfits. I get why you love Buffy and Angel. What is your love for Firefly? What is it about this show that got you fancy? Is it just Joss Whedon? I think that Firefly, it's kind of hard to explain. But there is some poetry to Firefly that is not always present in Buffy and Angel. And part of it is its limited run. It's bizarre how the run of the show plays into the themes of the show. The show opens in Serenity Valley and Mal watching it fall, and that's kind of one of the things the show is about, is the pursuit of home, and in the face of inescapable odds, and that ends up being something that the show represents in and of itself. So yeah, it's I think it's unique. You know, it definitely plays on and carries many tropes, but existentialism raises a number of questions, not the least of which is if morality is totally arbitrary, then what's to stop someone from choosing to be arbitrary? Then what's to stop someone from choosing to be a Nazi? Boy, the philosophy stuff in this is so much fun. See you, Beach Girl. 0.5 seconds into the live stream, already getting a analysis of the show. Hello! Welcome, welcome.
Threaten me, for God's sake. You think I wouldn't shoot a shepherd?
No, Mr. Russell just asked why I advocate for the show. Meaningful and become nothing more than objects in space. Existentialism raises a number of questions, not the least of which is if morality is totally arbitrary, then what's to stop someone from choosing morality is totally arbitrary, then wow, that's interesting. I think the show actually grapples with maybe I should make a video about why Firefly. That's true. I feel like it would be redundant. Oh, wow, it feels good to work. Weird-ass mental block. Here we go.
I'm not playing anymore.
Agreed. Sarah, blocks happen. Copy, paste. If morality is totally arbitrary, then what's to stop someone from choosing to be a Nazi if they believe that to be an expression of their authenticity? So pain is scary.
I'm not gonna kill you, Dobson.
No, Russell, I when I first watched Firefly, I watched it after having watched Buffy, and Buffy kind of changed my life. I was in the midst of a deep, horrible depression, and the show is engrossing and charismatic and hilarious and exciting and funny, and also completely stitched together with this philosophy about life and what is healthy and what is worth aspiring to and what is meaningful and what is purposeful. And the first time I watched it, I was like, oh my God. And I watched it hot swapping with Angel, which didn't do Angel any credit at the time. But when you get to if nothing we do matters, then all that matters is what we do, that blew my mind. And then I watched Firefly because it was one of the things. And I was like, oh, this is not as developed. This is not as rich, as engrossing. I didn't feel the same way about it. And then I watched it again a couple of years later, and then I watched it again. And every single time I've watched it, it's gotten better. It's gotten richer, more engrossing. My connection to the characters have grown. It is, it's a haiku where Buffy is an epic poem, but it is, the difference between the two forms does not make one better than the other. They both contain richness and beauty and things to attach to and sort of love and treasure. And it took me a while to grok to it, to use an ugly term. This is just how we choose to suffer. If we fail to do so voluntarily, if we fail to make moral choices and pretend as though we are not free, then we deny our authentic selves. Abandon our only ability to make life meaningful and become nothing more than objects in space. Existentialism raises a number of questions, not the least of which is, if morality is totally arbitrary, then what's to stop someone from choosing to be a Nazi, if they believe that to be an expression of their authenticity? Sartre believed in man's absolute freedom, and he himself had some questionable positions about Stalinist communism and the gulags. The gulags. I believe it's gulags? But we'll go with gulags. Because I like it. And save. To be a Nazi, if they believe that to be an expression of their authenticity. Sartre believed in man's absolute freedom, and he himself had some questionable positions about Stalinist communism and the gulags. But yeah, I get that, brother. And the gulags. But in contrast, the gulags, I'm going to hear that forever now. As to the terrifying nausea of Sartre's protagonist, Whedon described his own first protagonist. communism and the gulags. But in contrast to the terrifying nausea of Sartre's protagonist, Whedon described his own first moment of existential clarity as exhilarating. And we got it. Protagonist. Whedon described his own first moment of existential clarity as exhilarating. And save. I don't know that this works, but I want to do it. And she has that line later on, so I think it works. Oh, God, I love that shot. Protagonist, Whedon described his own first moment of existential clarity as exhilarating. Beautiful. Hold on. All right. Yeah, I think it does. Need a beverage. A beverage. As my... go light. 5 a.m. here in London town, so I am off. Happy holidays. Thanks for hanging out, Karen. Have a good one. Protagonist, Whedon described his own first moment of existential clarity as exhilarating. Albert Camus is the man principally responsible for absurdism, and in his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, starting to come together. Firefly projects. Think this is gonna work. Rating. Albert Camus. I will definitely be doing Dollhouse in the future. In some form or another. Chance of a Dollhouse video, 100%. The man principally... Let's get rid of the cross dissolve first. But yes, a series is going to have to wrap up. And honestly, once Firefly wraps up, I'm probably most interested in doing Next Generation. You're a handsome fella. What's your name? I hear you, Russell. But it's probably going to be Next Generation. Protagonist, Whedon described his own first moment of existential clarity as exhilarating. Albert Camus is the man principally responsible for absurdism, and in his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. See, now it's full circle, because I talked about classics something, and, symmetry. Alex, yes. Next Generation is in the cards. Looking forward to how you relate Next Generation to Buffy the way you relate Next Generation. Yeah, I'll shoehorn Buffy into Next Generation. I see what you're saying. I will do the same. It's only fair. Responsible for absurdism, and in his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. Back one. Doopity-doop. I'm going to shoehorn Buffy into everything. It is the absurdist lens for TNG. I love it. Used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to push a rock up a hill, and just before the rock got to the top, it would roll back down to the bottom, and Sisyphus would have to go and get it. All right, we know there's Sisyphus image. Let's be scientific about this. Usage rights. Oh, I've used that one before. Okay, that'll do. I don't think OG Star Trek and Next Generation are the same. Is that what we're saying? Drive. Bushwhacked. Sisyphus by Von Struck. That's the one. Kind of want to just zoom out of his ass, but I'm not going to do that because that would be inappropriate. He's got enough to deal with. So we'll do it this way. And oh, I like a good pun. Sisyphus. Sisyphus. Camus used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to push a rock up a hill, and just before the rock got to the top, it would roll back down to the bottom, and Sisyphus would have to go and get it. For all eternity. Don't drop the rock. Exactly. Buffy, Firefly. Episodes. And in his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to push a rock up a hill, and just before the rock got to the top, it would roll back down to the bottom, and Sisyphus would have to go and get it. For all eternity. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just not take a seat at the top? Why go and get the rock? For all eternity. Why? It. For all eternity. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just not take a seat at the top? Why go and get the rock? And save. Why? What did I do, Russell? Take a shot every time Sissyfoots is mentioned. May have been the losing side. Oh.
Just fire the whole grime thing from.
Serenity Valley took place there, if I recall.
You know, I believe you might be right.
Independence suffered a pretty crushing defeat there. And some say that after Serenity, the Browncoats were through, that the war ended in that valley. Seems odd you name your ship after a battle you're on the wrong side of.
May have been the losing side.
Still
not convinced it was the wrong one.
It was the wrong one.
After a battle you're on the wrong side of.
It's so perfect.
A battle you're on the wrong side of.
May have been the losing side. Still not convinced it was the wrong one.
That's one of my favorite lines ever. So you can see me. Here's how is Threshold worse than Code of Honor? Wait, what? What are we talking about? Star Trek. I'm editing, Russell. Threshold. Oh, Threshold. I'm not saying Threshold's worse than Code of Honor. I'm just saying Voyager didn't have as many redeeming moments as Next Generation. Threshold is the bottom of Voyager by a long shot. And Code of Honor is a deeper bottom than... Code of Honor is worse than Threshold. But Measure of a Man, Best of Both Worlds, Chain of Command Part 2, the peaks of Next Generation, to me, are more universal about, like, you know, kind of us being people. And Voyager is an adventure story to me about them trying to get home. And while I appreciate that, and I think that it's fun to watch, and it's engrossing, I don't think that I dig on that sort of like, well, you know, the broader thematic stuff. And to me, Next Generation has more of that than Voyager does. But yeah, Code of Honor is abysmal. It's so racist and terrible. Yeah, absolutely, Code of Honor is worse than Threshold. But I've watched all of Voyager, and Next Generation has higher highs. By far. Yeah, racists. Oh, very sexist. Yeah. God, it's just brutal. So yeah. Mishmash, I saw that. I played Senua's Sacrifice on stream in VR, and I cried. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Voyager Pilot was great. There's a lot of good stuff in Voyager. I just think it's a sort of Swiss Family Robinson adventure story where, Next Generation did more stuff. Like, the flute episode, Jesus, it's only one of the best episodes of any science fiction show ever, Ian. Not the naked. Why is it naked now? Someone's going to type it in chat in a minute. You know, like those kinds of episodes exist in Next Generation where it's like The Inner Light. Thank you. The Inner Light is one of those episodes that people who haven't watched Next Generation know that episode. And I don't know that one of those exists in Voyager. Do you know what I mean? The original series has a couple of those. He's black on the right side. I'm black on the left side. You know, there are those cultural commentary episodes that exist in the original series, just as they do in Next Generation. But Voyager is good. It's just, to me, it's nowhere on the same level. So I don't know what kind of discussion I jumped into there, but I looked over and I was being chided about my opinions of Next Generation. Code of Honor is abysmal. Even Patrick Stewart was like, this shit is racist. It's a terrible episode. Rating. Albert Camus is the man principally responsible for absurdism, and in his essay The Myth of Sisyphus, Camus used the Greek myth as a metaphor for the existential condition. Sisyphus was condemned by the gods to push a rock up a hill, and just before the rock got to the top, it would roll back down to the bottom and Sisyphus would have to go and get it. For all eternity. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just not take a seat at the top? Why go and get the rock? Why continue to participate in such an intrinsically meaningless pursuit? Still not convinced it was the wrong one. And get it. For all eternity. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just... Camus wondered... Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just not take a seat at the top? Why go and get the rock? Why continue to participate in such an intrinsically meaningless pursuit? God, that's such a good line. May have been the losing side. Not take a seat at the top. Why? Oh, God, that's so good. Still not convinced it was the wrong one. That, to me, is the best line in the series. Go and get the rock. Why continue to participate in such an intrinsically meaningless pursuit? And that's us. Not take a seat at the top. Why go and get the rock? Why continue to participate in such an intrinsically meaningless pursuit? And that's us. To Camus. One job, one relationship, one day after another after another. And now we cut to... Oh, don't I have it? Captain's job was simple. Find... Do I have Camtasia installed? I do. Okay, we're going to have to do this. Wait, do I don't have a Hulu login anymore. Crap. Captain's job was simple. Find a job. Keep flying. Well, shoot. We're going to have to figure it out, because that is not in the DVD versions. I don't want to upgrade to Camtasia Pro. Go away. Close window. Intrinsically meaningless pursuit. And we're getting there. Slow and steady. I do really like the outro of this script. But anytime I'm reading Camus, I feel okay. Intrinsically meaningless pursuit. And that's us. To Camus. One job, one relationship, one day after another after another. Of course I've seen City on the Edge of Forever. How dare you, Russell? How dare... I'm just kidding. Yes, of course I've seen City on the Edge.
I'd sure love to find a brand new computer.
I think it's great. I just also struggle with the ways in which the filmmaking in that episode is dated. I love the time travel aspect of it. I love the character aspect of having to give someone up in the name of the greater good. He knows, Doctor. He knows. Yeah, it makes me cry every time I watch it. I love that episode. But I do struggle with the filmmaking aspects of it. Yes, I'm not talking about the plot. I'm not talking about the story. I'm talking about the way in which the episode is shot and constructed and the ways in which that is dated, which we can get into, but I don't feel like crapping on something that is classic and wonderful and all of that, you know. But part of the process of this list of shame project I'm doing, where I'm watching all of the stuff that I've never watched before, like Lawrence of Arabia and Some Like It Hot and all of that, is, you know, accepting the fact that the art form develops. The skill of acting has developed, you know, like when did method acting start? Natural acting, so on and so forth. Then you watch Laurence Olivier, who's arguably one of the greatest actors in history, and he's acting for the cheap seats because he's a theater actor and grew up in a particular kind of thing. And Edge of Tomorrow has some of those aspects of that feel sort of rough around the edges and dated, less naturalistic to me. Yeah, we watched Lawrence of Arabia last week. And we both really enjoyed part one. I thought it was beautifully filmed. Peter O'Toole has eyes that I want to just camp out and get lost in. And I hated part two. And it was not the length at all, but the narrative structure of part two, which may be a problem for me with historical epics, that had me totally check out by the end of that whole thing. But Jack and Audrey and I all watched Some Like It Hot together and loved it. There was a point where I forgot what a farce was and what some of the... You know, have you ever taken a bite of... You ever taken a drink thinking it's water and it's Coke, or thinking it's Coke and it's water, and you're actually a little horrified by the flavor for a second? You're like, ugh, that's not what I was expecting. I felt that way about Some Like It Hot until about halfway through, and then I remembered what a farce is and what the common tropes were to that genre, and then I was like, oh, okay, fine. And then the last couple of lines in the movie are so amazing and brave and so ahead of their time, especially for 1959 or 58, whenever that movie was. So, yeah, I really enjoyed Some Like It Hot. I was frustrated by Lawrence of Arabia. But I spent a bit of time after. It's a bit dodgy making history work for a narrative. Absolutely. Jack and I were consistently commenting throughout, oh my God, this is so beautifully shot. But most of those comments were limited to part one. Once it got to part two, it starts jumping around, and there's a weird, like, thirsty Turk section in the movie too, like where he's standing there naked, and then the whole final battle sequence doesn't even exist in the movie. They just take the city. It's very weird structurally. I wish it had more of a narrative through line. And again, that's probably more of my problems with the historical epic genre than with that movie specifically. Editing is going well, Vortex. Slow and steady. Also, I've had a fair amount of whiskey at this point. But I don't feel like quitting, so here we are. 12 minutes of, what are we at, 16? 18? 18. Wow. Sisyphus would have to go and get it for all eternity. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just... The Jeddah scene is notoriously weird. T. Lawrence had it in the book, so it kind of had to be in the movie. Very strange, the like close-up of the dude's lips as he's licking them, looking at him. Very weird. City on the Edge of Tomorrow is a wonderful Wonderful episode. It's probably my favorite original series episode. Arena scared the crap out of me when I watched it when I was younger. But yeah, City on the Edge is... yeah, that's probably my favorite original series. For all eternity. Good night, Julian. Why, Camus wondered, did Sisyphus just not take a seat at the top? Why go and get the rock? Why continue to participate in such an intrinsically meaningless pursuit? And that's us. To Camus, one job, one relationship, one day after another after another. Of Sisyphus, Camus wrote, if the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take place in joy. Whoa. This word is not too much. Also take place... edit clip in Adobe Audition. Yeah, but it's definitely implied, right? Sisyphus, Camus wrote, if the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take performed in sorrow. It can also take place in joy. If the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take place in joy. This word is not too much. It happens that melancholy rises in man's heart. This is the rock's victory. This is the rock itself. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. I take this to mean that, while for some there may involve some of my favorite bits, truths perish from being acknowledged. Yes. Relationship one day after another after another. Of Sisyphus, Camus wrote, if the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, safe. No. Or Mrs. Reynolds, Janestown. No. Out of gas, Ariel. The descent is sometimes... that's a spoiler. Trash the message. Oh, that's a good one. Another after another. Of Sisyphus came... yeah, why is there a black frame there? Another after another. Of Sisyphus, Camus wrote, if the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take place in joy. It's enough.
That's not much.
I love this show. Copy. Formed in sorrow. It can also take place in joy. This word is not too much. It happens that melancholy rises in man's heart. This is the rock's victory. This is the rock itself. But crushing truths perish. The rock's victory. This is the rock itself.
was lost, but now.
Okay. I don't think this is going to work, but we're going to try it. It happens that melancholy rises in... Yeah, I don't like it. Delete. Hold on.
Hey, son. You hear a word I've been saying?
The Rock! Okay, so... Rises in man's heart. This is the Rock's victory. This is the Rock itself. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. I take this... The struggle itself towards the height is enough to fill a man's heart. Wow, we are getting close. I'm very surprised. Still a little while to go, but... The struggle itself towards the heights. Hey, Russell, welcome back. One must imagine the struggle itself towards the heights. Oh, is boy. Enough to fill a man's heart. The struggle itself towards the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Okay. Sisyphus Camus wrote... Wow. That kind of broke my heart a little bit. But that is the perfect shot for that line. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Another after another. Of Sisyphus, Camus wrote, if the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take place in joy. This word is not too much. It happens that melancholy rises in man's heart. Alright, now this is the Rock's victory. This word is not too much. It happens that melancholy rises in man's heart. This is the Rock's victory. This is the Rock itself. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. Perish from being acknowledged. Crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. Crushing truths. Josh, you have any suggestions? That's a good one. Let's try it. I like it.
Happy birthday, son.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, son.
And it fits with what all of this is growing to. Word is not too much. It happens that melancholy rises in man's heart. This is the rock's victory. This is the rock itself. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. I take this to mean that, while for some there may involve grief in the acknowledgement of an intrinsically meaningless universe, it of an intrinsically meaningless universe. Let's go back to Simon. The music still plays. Just to beat that metaphor into the ground. I think the hot swap to Simon there actually goes back to the idea of Sartre. And this is the rock itself. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. Yeah, we had him as the narrative for Sartre. I take this to mean that, while for some there may involve grief in the acknowledgement of an intrinsically meaningless universe, it's still meaningless. If life is empty and meaningless, then it's also meaningless that it's empty and meaningless. The two of them being juxtaposed against each other there works. Meaningless that it's empty and meaningless. That kind of works. Acknowledgement of an intrinsically meaningless universe, it's still meaningless. If life is empty and meaningless, then it's also meaningless that it's empty and meaningless. And the terror and nausea of Sartre's protagonist is still a meaning that he was creating. Meaning that he was creating. Perfect. Out. Friend Jake just started season 5 of Angel and pointed out a major flaw. Spoiler in oh yeah. Are you talking about the man who appears in the credits? Because I agree with you. Yeah. I have seen that before. I actually have friends who force their friends to skip the credits for that episode when they're doing a rewatch together because of who appears in those credits. Okay. So meaningless that it's empty and meaningless, and the terror. Blondie Bear, indeed. It's empty and meaningless, and the terror and nausea of Sartre's protagonist is still a meaning that he was creating, one not intrinsic to the discovery. Okay. That works. We're getting there. One not intrinsic to the discovery. Camus continued, all Sisyphus' silent joy is contained therein. His fate belongs to him. All Sisyphus' silent joy. So Mal is definitely Sisyphus. We've already used that shot. Train job. We ended Bushwhacked.
Are you in pain?
Absolutely. I got stabbed, you know.
It's going to be a fun one. I wish Nathan did more shows like this. I'm sure it's not uncommon for people to say that. Meaningless, and the terror and nausea of Sartre's protagonist is still a meaning that he was creating, one not intrinsic to the discovery. Camus continued, all Sisyphus' silent joy is contained therein. His fate belongs to him. His rock is a thing. His rock is a thing. So the rock is serenity? We're figuring out our visual metaphors here that will probably stick with us the entire time. His rock is a thing. I mean, really, so that kind of works because serenity is life and love keeps life in the air. But I mean, he talks about in the final speech, love keeps her in the air, love makes her a home. Like serenity is his life, but it depends on then if going and getting the rock is figuring out what makes life worth meaningful, or rather the pursuit of meaning in life, then I think they're all kind of synonymous, right? Yeah, the crew, I think, is a representative of him, or rather aspects of him, is my take. Which is not a complicated one, given the Buffy thesis, of course. To him, his rock is a thing. There is no sun without shadow, and it is essential to know the night.
But a man learns all the details of a situation like ours. Well, then he has a choice.
I don't believe he does.
Is contained therein. His fate belongs to him. His rock is a thing. There is no sun without shadow, and it is essential to know the night. For the rest, he knows himself to be the master of his days. The rock is still rolling. God, I love Camus. For the rest, he knows himself to be the master of his days. The rock is still rolling. I think we go back to... I'm going to have to cut this shot down.
Oh, it's still flying.
That's not much.
It's enough. His fate belongs to him. His rock is a thing. There is no sun without shadow, and it is essential to know the night. For the rest, he knows himself to be the master of his days. The rock is still rolling. Not Fade Away, by a long shot. Chosen's great, but Not Fade Away is epic tragedy. Both Sartre and Camus were vague on their, and some of the tragedy of Chosen doesn't really land for me. It feels kind of arbitrary. Vague on their explanations of morality. Russell, don't kill yourself. Oh, we said we weren't using that one. Sartre. I love Chosen too, but you asked me which one's my favorite. This is the thing, Russell. I think City on the Edge of Tomorrow is wonderful. But if you're looking for judgment, Russell, I have none for you. Both Sartre and Camus were vague on their explanations of morality, though Camus' writing seems to indicate a belief in certain values common to all human beings as human beings. But episodes. Camus, Sibley. I think we go back to the birthday party there. Well, it also comes back to the underlying, what the two shows were about. And where one of them is sort of about going and getting the rock regardless, I guess. Angel is about pursuit of redemption
It's your turn.
and fighting the good fight even if you can't win. That's not really what Buffy was about. So it makes sense to me that Buffy had a more hopeful ending. I don't disagree with you, but to me it also doesn't alter my feelings about the episode's quality in terms of each other. But I love them both. His fate belongs to him. His rock is a thing. There is no sun without shadow, and it is essential to know the night. For the rest, he knows himself to be the master of his days. The rock is still rolling. Both Sartre and Camus were vague on their explanations of morality, though Camus' writing seems to indicate a belief in certain values common to all human beings as human beings. But where though Camus' writing seems to indicate a belief in certain values common to all human beings as human beings. But where Sartre thought perfect freedom and perfect justice could be accomplished through communism, heh. Come on, stop skipping.
It's a carrier. Blew out a few months back. Lost all hands, but it was only run by a skeleton crew anyway.
Human beings as human beings. But where Sartre thought perfect freedom and perfect justice could be accomplished through communism, Camus believed there was a delicate balance that needed to be struck between the two. That'd be our game. Through communism, Camus believed there was a delicate I don't like that edit. Balance that needed to be struck between the two. Batter up, hear that call. We come from cities near and far. His writing seems to indicate a belief in certain values common to all human beings as human beings. But where Sartre thought perfect freedom and perfect justice could be accomplished through communism, Camus believed there was a delicate balance that needed to be struck between the two. Absolute freedom is the right of the strongest to dominate, Camus wrote. Absolute freedom is the right of the strongest to dominate.
Nobody.
Could be accomplished through communism, Camus believed there was a delicate balance that needed to be struck between the two. Absolute freedom is the right of the strongest to dominate, Camus wrote, while absolute justice is achieved by the suppression of all contradiction. Therefore, it destroys freedom. Save. Absolute justice. Bushwhacked, no. Shindig, no. Absolute justice. 2 by 2.
So difficult to diagnose. I mean, I still don't know what the government was trying to do with her. So I have no idea.
This girl.
Save. Between the two. Absolute freedom is the right of the strongest to dominate, Camus wrote, while absolute justice is achieved by the suppression of all contradiction. Therefore, it destroys freedom. And I think it's that philosophical balance that explains the 2 acts of Bushwhacked. Save.
Had to. Couldn't let us profit. Wouldn't be civilized.
All right, how are we doing on time? We're at 13:45. 17. Yikes. All right, I think I need to put the brakes on there. Thank you, everyone. What did we do? Oh, so that was 4 hours and 45 minutes, and then about 3.5 hours before. I think it's going well. I hope to have this done tomorrow, and then we will be doing the Patreon stream tomorrow at 5. So, yeah, definitely going to get some rest. It's going to be a full day tomorrow. Thank you, everyone. This video should be up and published tomorrow. I'm going to get up and work on it first thing. I appreciate you. Sleep well.